Chapter 2097. Great Star Venerable Enhao was still in a daze after being caught. His powerful strength had been sealed in an instant. Anyone in his shoes would feel like they were about to go crazy, especially when he saw the two of them chatting in front of him. He felt even crazier. He had been able to act domineeringly and do whatever he wanted before, but now he could not do whatever he wanted. He was completely controlled. A sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. This sense of helplessness was very strong. He had never felt so helpless before. He was completely controlled, and he could not even struggle. Even when he had been fighting against Tian Yuan, there had not been such a great disparity. He had been controlled as soon as they touched. He did not even have a chance to fight back. "Didn't you say I was an idiot?" Tianyun looked down at Great Star Venerable Enhao and said with a faint smile, "Now, who is the real idiot? Aren't you strong? Come and hit me if you can. Idiot!" He could not help but scold him. However, Great Star Venerable Enhao could not even fight back. He could only swallow his anger and take the scolding. What kind of power is this? How can it seal my power? Great Star Venerable Enhao's face was sullen. Even though he had been caught, he wanted to know the truth. "That's none of your business." Tianyun did not bother to explain anything to him. He turned his head and said to Tian Yuan with a smile, "Brother Tian, can I take care of him?" "Of course. You caught him. You can do whatever you want with him." Tian Yuan was in a good mood. Finally, he was relieved. He was not afraid that Great Star Venerable Enhao would take over his body anymore. "Thank you very much." Tianyun was delighted. He had been busy for a long time. Besides completing the mission, he could also get Great Star Venerable Enhao's star energy. Tianyun did not show any courtesy. He grabbed Great Star Venerable Enhao's head and started to search his soul. The level of the Super Soul Search was not high, but he could still see some of his memories. After a while, he could only find a small part of his memories, which was not much. "Ha, kid, you still want to search my memories? Dream on." Great Star Venerable Enhao burst out laughing when he sensed that he was about to search Tianyun's soul. He laughed at Tianyun's overconfidence. "Even though I'm under your control, it won't be easy for you to search my soul." Tianyun thought for a while and said with a faint smile, "Your memories are quite valuable. After all, they are the memories of a Grand Star Venerable." After he recalled the memory, he felt that there were still many memories in it. He felt that it was still acceptable. The memories in the depths were even more valuable. Level up Super Soul Search. Star energy successfully deducted. Super Soul Search has been upgraded to rank 3. Level 3 Super Soul Search could extract all the memories of Grand Star Venerates and below. Then he grabbed Great Star Venerable Enhao's head again and started to search his soul like crazy. He did not care that Tian Yuan was right next to him. If he cared that Tian Yuan was right next to him, he would not be able to find anything. That would be a waste. "I told you, it's useless." Great Star Venerable Enhao was about to say something, but he felt a power probing him again. It took away all his memories, leaving nothing behind. This immediately stunned him. It was as if a key had been used to unlock all of his memories. In the blink of an eye, all his memories were taken away. Great Star Venerable Enhao didn't even have time to scream after taking away all of his memories. He slapped him and smashed his soul into pieces. Killing him mercilessly was not an option. Ding! Successfully killed Great Star Venerable Enhao. The reward is 800 million star energy points and 500 kill points. Obtain the Green Demon God Star Dharma Idol and the Green Demon Bloodline. Purple Gold Key, super rare. Purple Gold Key? Tianyan was struck dumb when he heard the news. He did not know what it was. After a brief examination, he smiled. Purple gold key. A key that can open the purple gold divine pavilion. It will allow you to move freely inside. The purple gold divine pavilion has not appeared yet. It will appear in 80 years. There are countless treasures inside. Purple gold divine pavilion. This is interesting, but it will take a long time to appear in 80 years. Tianyan shook his head. He had thought he would be able to enter it immediately. He had not expected that he would be able to enter it after some time. However, this was a windfall, especially when he saw the word super rare. He knew it was not something simple. Most importantly, he could get a lot of star energy points, which made him feel like he could fly. He had obtained 800 million star energy points, which made him feel good. So many star energy points were enough for him to reach the late stage of Star Venerable Realm. As for the Great Star Venerable Realm, he would have to increase the level of his Star Dharma idol. Tian Yuan finally felt relieved after killing Great Star Venerable Yin Hao. This time, he really felt relieved. It's finally over. I don't have to be harassed by this guy anymore. Tian Yuan smiled. Then they left. As soon as they came out, Tian Xinhuan approached them. She sized them up and said, "How did it go? You came out so quickly. Did you injure Great Star Venerable Yin Hao badly?" Tian Xinhuan found it strange that they had come out so quickly. Did something go wrong? I have to say, Tian Xinhuan, you really have a sharp eye. Brother Yi is really amazing. Tian Yuan could not help but sigh at his sister's unique eye. She had really seen through Tianyan's ability. Amazing? How so? Tian Xinhuan was puzzled. Did Great Star Venerable Yin Hao suffer, or did he injure him badly? In her opinion, maybe Tianyan could injure his opponent badly, but it did not mean that he could kill Great Star Venerable Yin Hao. It was really unbelievable. She had not thought that way. He killed Star Venerable Yin Hao, and he killed him in one move. I was just there to help him, Tian Yuan said with a smile. What? Tian Xinhuan was stunned. She was completely shocked by Tian Yuan. Brother, say that again. My silly sister, Great Star Venerable Yin Hao is dead, and he was killed by Brother Yi in one move. It was quite easy. Your brother was really worried for nothing. I was nervous for so long. Brother Yi was right. There was no need to be nervous. Just relax. In the end, he really killed Great Star Venerable Yin Hao easily. We were fine. Tian Yuan shrugged. He felt a little helpless. Chapter 2098. It was unheard of for a Great Star Venerable to be killed instantly by a Star Venerable. Even a soul could not do that. If a Star Venerable had killed a Great Star Venerable after a fierce battle, it would have been more believable. However, Tian Huan could not change the fact that Tianyan had been killed instantly. She was still very shocked. After a while, she believed that Tianyan really killed Great Star Venerable Yin Hao, and it was a one-hit kill. How did you do it? Even a soul would have a hard time suppressing it. Tian Huan asked. Ahem, ahem. Don't ask too much, Xinhuan. This is Brother Yi's own ability, Tian Yuan reminded her. It was better not to ask too much. Fine. I'm just curious. What is the power that can suppress Great Star Venerable Yin Hao? Tian Huan could not help but be curious. She did not care about killing a Star Venerable or a Star Lord, so she would not ask too much. However, killing a Great Star Venerable was a different story. He had fought with Tian Yuan for a long time, but he had been killed easily. How could she not ask? It's nothing. It's just related to my bloodline. My bloodline power can suppress souls. Of course, I can only suppress it if I touch the soul at a close distance. It's that simple, Tianyan answered casually. Bloodlines were not something that could be taken away easily. Besides, they would not have such thoughts. Tian Yuan and the others were trustworthy. There's such a special bloodline. Tian Yuan was struck dumb. Then he shook his head and said, Right, the world is so big that nothing is too strange. I've seen many special cultivators over the years. Our cultivations seem strong, but we are just one of them. Tian Xing Huan nodded. As a disciple of a big family, she had traveled around this world often. She was more knowledgeable. She would not be so arrogant. No matter what, I've taken care of this problem. Tianyun looked at Tian Xing Huan and said with a smile, What about you? What's the mysterious reward? Oh, what reward? Tian Xing Huan was stunned for a moment before recovering. It was obvious that he was so shocked by this news that he had forgotten about it for a moment. All right, I remember now. As for the reward, I'll train with you for a year. What? Tianyan was taken aback. You're telling me this is a reward? Brother you're ill-informed. Starlink has a special ability that can significantly increase your cultivation speed. It was impossible for ordinary people to cultivate with her. Even in the family, no one can cultivate with her. Tian Yuan laughed, increasing the speed of cultivation by a large margin. This ability is really unique. Tianyan nodded and said, But I don't need this kind of reward. Can I change it? What a joke. His cultivation speed was absolutely unparalleled. Increasing his cultivation speed was meaningless. Others might need it very much, but for him, he did not need it at all. You don't need it? Although my cultivation has decreased, the effects have not. With your cultivation, after cultivating with me for a year, you will definitely make great progress. I'm not making this up. The effects are really amazing. I wouldn't want others to pay a price to cultivate with me. After all, my cultivation speed will decrease if I give you the buff. Hearing Tianyun's words, Tian Xing Huan was a little unhappy. I really don't need it. Can I change it to another reward? Tianyun shook his head, still as resolute as ever. Brother, this. Tian Yuan looked at Tianyun's conflicted expression and shook his head. Forget it, Starlink. If you don't want it, then let's change it. You really don't know what's good for you. Tian Xing Huan curled her lips and said, I haven't thought about the reward yet. I thought this would be enough. I'll talk to you when I've thought about it. Okay, Tianyun shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. In any case, we've dealt with great Star Venerate Yin Hao. What do you plan to do next, Brother Tian? What else can I do? I'll clear this place thoroughly. I'll cut the weeds by the roots. Tian Yuan's eyes were cold. This time, he could finally settle the score. Previously, he hadn't been able to clear the green demons here because of Great Star Venerate Yin Hao's restriction. But now it was different. Without Great Star Venerate Yin Hao's obstruction, he could eliminate the green demons here at will. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Let's work together. What do you think? Tianyun smiled. His mission was also to clean up the green demon race in this place, and since that was the case, he decided to act together. Count me in. Tian Xing Huan stepped forward. He also wanted to clear the green demons here. Okay, the three of us will clear the green demons here together. Tian Yuan smiled. He didn't need to rest. He went to kill the green demons right away. The remaining green demons didn't have any strong ones. It was quite easy to kill them. So, they didn't need to rest. They just pushed forward. Then they started to kill. 2 Star Venerates and 1 Great Star Venerate. The remaining green demons couldn't fight back at all. They were killed easily. They didn't leave a single one alive. They killed them all. Finally, when the last green demon was killed, a pleasant voice rang in Yi Tianyun's ears. Ding! You have successfully completed the main mission, Save the Five-Colored Holy Race, and eliminate the green demon's lair. You have received 100 million star energy points, 2 chances of system evolution, accumulable, and you can unlock a brand new suit. The completion of the main mission made him heave a sigh of relief. Although not all of the green demons had been eliminated, it was much better to get rid of their lair. He was very satisfied with the rewards he got. Both the star energy points and the chances of system evolution were pretty good rewards. The brand new suit was even more eye-catching. When he opened it, he saw a long list of data, which made him very satisfied. Burning Wrath of Heaven's suit, galaxy level, increases defense by 100 times, power by 30 times, and fire damage effect. If the suit itself has fire effects, it can double the power of the fire effects. At the same time, the star power level will be increased. The effect is based on the star power level. The higher the level, the worse the effect. Possesses a special explosive divine technique, Burning Heavens. When used, the suit will turn into a powerful god of fire. Its body will turn into flames, and it can ignore most physical attacks. The power of the flames will be increased by 5 times, and it can control all fire elemental power. Consumes 100,000 star energy points. Lasts for 2 hours. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Chapter 2099. The reward of completing the main mission was equivalent to increasing Yi Tianyun's cultivation by a level. However, he did not know what the next main mission would be. Sometimes it had to be triggered, and sometimes it did not have to be triggered. Finally, it's all done. Yi Tianyun and the others were relieved. It had not taken them much time, but it was still a good thing to be able to resolve this matter. Yes, it's finally done. This area is basically safe. Even if there are remnants of the green demons, at least they will not be able to cause any trouble. Skytour Yuan sighed. When we go up later, we'll seal off this passageway forever. We'll seal off this area forever. Everyone nodded. This was undoubtedly the most reasonable thing to do. They had eliminated the green demons, but there were still remnants here. To prevent other cultivators from coming in and causing trouble, the best way was to seal this place. Brother Tian, what's on the edge of this area? Yi Tianyun remembered that he had learned there was no way to pass through the edge. It should be another domain world, Tian Yuan said after thinking for a while. Should. Yi Tianyun was confused. Wasn't Tian Yuan the one who sealed it? How should he put it? Yes, this is just my guess. When I came here, there was already a seal nearby. Even I could not pass through it, so I can only guess, Tian Yuan said. Even you could not pass through it? Yi Tianyun clicked his tongue. Tian Yuan was a Grand Star Venerable. Even a Grand Star Venerable could not pass through it. Yes, even I could not pass through it. I did some research and found that it was not something I could break through at my level. Tian Yuan smiled bitterly and sighed. That's why I said there are all kinds of strange things in the world. We have to see more of the outside world to realize that our cultivation is not the best. Being confined to a family, one's horizons are sometimes limited. This was especially true for those clans that were more stubborn. Their horizons would be limited. The scariest thing is that they think they are invincible and think that no one is stronger than them. This is how arrogance is cultivated. It will only bring destruction to the family. Tian Yuan's eyes flickered. I chose to leave because I could not stand what my family did. Staying there will only limit my growth, not help me grow. Now, I understand what you mean. There are indeed more strange things in the outside world. For example, young Master Yi's ability is shocking. He can easily control the souls of Grand Star venerates. Even our family cannot do that. Tian Xinhuan smiled. I've decided to travel around this world with young Master Yi. Two great star venerables roaming around outside was extremely terrifying. Anyone who dared to provoke the siblings would be seeking death. As soon as he finished, the seal above was suddenly broken, and a figure appeared. Tian Tian. Tian 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 Tian. Tian 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 E Tian Tian Tian. Yuta Tian. Tian world had Tian. Tian Tian. Tian Tian. Tian Tian not because I know he came. He Tian. Tian 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 not. Tian. E. Tian Tian. Tian Tian Yun. He Tian too because he. Because. Sure enough, you really came here. Tian Kuangyue looked at Tian Yuyuan coldly and said, a traitor is a traitor. I won't argue with you about leaving the family. You're an unfilial son anyway. You're not even on the same level as Tian Xinhuan. How dare you ask Tian Xinhuan to help you? Who are you calling an unfilial son? Tian Yuyuan's eyes turned cold. Murderous intent surged out of him. The double-headed white tiger appeared behind him. It was intimidating. Those two words were like a heavy blow to him. He flew into a rage, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Yi Tianyan had been here with Tian Yuyuan for a long time, but he had never seen Tian Yuyuan so angry. It seemed that there was more to this than met the eye. Otherwise, Tian Yuyuan would not have been captured when he left, but Tian Xinhuan would have been captured when he left. Their statuses in the family were not on the same level at all. Still denying it? If you're not an unfilial son, who is? Your mother seduced the family head and gave birth to you. If you didn't have the family head's bloodline, would you have your current accomplishments? What a joke. Tian Yuyuan's eyes were full of contempt, and even more so, of malice. These simple words immediately gave Yi Tianyan a rough idea of what was going on. To put it bluntly, Tian Yuyuan's mother's status was low, and she was not worthy of the family head. That was why she was treated like this. If Tian Yuyuan's mother's status was high, and her bloodline was astonishing, this would not have happened. To put it bluntly, a family needed to be well matched in status. It seemed that the family head was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own son and wife. However, the seduction was probably just a rumor. As the heir of a large family, how could she be so easily seduced? She must have been in love with Tian Yuyuan's mother. Unfortunately, the family did not allow it, and the result was like this. How dare you speak of my mother like that? Die! Tian Yuyuan roared, and all his power blasted at Tian Yuyuan. Tian Yuyuan viciously tore the air with his bare hands, tearing the energy to pieces. Tian Yuyuan's strongest attack seemed so weak in front of him. Is this all you've got? How weak? Tian Yuyuan showed a disdainful look. Tian Yuyuan, my brother is injured, and he has been troubled by the green demon race's great star venerables for many years. If he were in his peak state, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Tian Xinhuan was also angry. How could she not be angry when her brother was spoken of like this? Not worthy of carrying his shoes. It doesn't matter whether I'm worthy or not. My mission is to take you back, and no one can stop me. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. Tian Yuyuan's gaze suddenly shifted to Yi Tianyan, and he said coldly, Good, you're indeed the traitor's henchman. He came to take you back. I don't know what treasure you used to escape from under my nose, but it's impossible for you to escape now. Tian Kuangyue had already used his verbal compliance law to trap this place. Unless their cultivation was much higher than his, they wouldn't be able to escape. The teleportation godstone was naturally ineffective. Brother E, I've dragged you into this again. You should stay away. I'll deal with him. Tian Yuyuan's eyes were filled with anger, and he was ready to fight with Tian Yuyuan at any moment. Me too. Tian Xinhuan stood up. She was also dissatisfied with Tian Yuyuan, and she didn't want to be taken away. Chapter 2100. Yi Tianyun hadn't expected Tian Kuangyue to be able to find them. He had thought that Tian Kuangyue wouldn't be able to find them here. He hadn't expected him to know where Tian Yuyuan was. From this, it could be seen that their family's information network was quite powerful. Since Tian Xing, Huan had left, this information gathering had nothing to do with her. Thus, she couldn't enjoy the benefits and didn't know about Tian Yuyuan's situation. Tian Kuangyue and the others knew about Tian Yuyuan's situation, so they didn't help him. From this, it could be seen that Tian Yuyuan was ruthless in cutting off his relationship with his family. He really didn't care about him. Even if Tian Yuyuan was in danger, he wouldn't help. Of course, it was also possible that he only knew that Tian Yuyuan was here, but didn't know the details. These were just Yi Tianyun's guesses. As for the truth, Yi Tianyun didn't know. Tian Xinghuan, it's not too late to leave with me. If you don't leave now and I kill some people, don't blame me for being merciless. Tian Kuangyue warned him one last time. He knew that Tian Xinghuan and Tian Yuyuan were siblings. If his brother died, he would definitely be furious and even sad. Tian Kuangyue didn't really like Tian Yuyuan, but killing him would cause the situation to worsen, so he wouldn't consider killing him. I won't go back with you. I don't want to go back to that family. Tian Kuangyue, it's not too late to leave. If we fight, it's hard to say who will win. Tian Xinghuan's eyes were cold. Even if you want to leave, you have to pay a price. Tian Yuyuan waved his hand, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. This was his most commonly used weapon, and it was also the most powerful one. The one he gave to Yi Tianyun was definitely not one he used often. He couldn't give the one he used to Yi Tianyun. If he gave it away, what would he use for himself? How arrogant of you! I admit that the two of you used to have higher cultivation than me, but you're too arrogant. In the family, all of you are my senior brothers and sisters, but I haven't been cultivating for nothing all these years. Your era has become a thing of the past. The real future belongs to us. A Dharma idol appeared inside the wild sky moon. It was a level 6 bloodthirsty wild lion. It was another level 6-star Dharma idol. Normally, it was difficult to see a level 6-star Dharma idol, but there were many of them here. This was not out of Yi Tianyun's expectations. If the family had a lot of resources, it could be stacked. A 5th-grade star Dharma idol would still have a chance to become a 6th-grade star Dharma idol. Although level 6 celestial aspects were rare, there were many level 5 celestial aspects. He could start with level 5 celestial aspects. With a lot of resources, it was possible to raise the level. Tian Kuangyue had been promoted from a level 5-star Dharma power instead of a level 6-star Dharma power from the very beginning. The era should have belonged to you, but I have to say that your choice was wrong. If you choose the wrong family, this era will not belong to you. Tian Yuyuan's gaze was sharp as he coldly said, "Rotten, stubborn, dirty. I really can't imagine what kind of future this family will have." "Shut up. You are an unfilial son. How dare you criticize our family like this? You are not qualified." The bloodthirsty mad lion behind Tian Kuangyue roared, and a scarlet spear appeared in its hand. "It seems that my bloodthirsty divine spear must be bloodthirsty today. I was thinking of showing you some mercy because you are my seniors, but it doesn't matter now. I will kill anyone who tries to stop me." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Kuangyue thrust the bloodthirsty divine spear forward. The bloodthirsty mad lion behind him instantly merged with the spear and turned into a scarlet beam. that pierced through the void. The powerful power of a great star, venerable, was enough to destroy the world. He is coming. Tian Yuan did not dare to be careless. He had not recovered yet. He had planned to recover properly, but he had not expected to run into Tian Kuangyue's pursuit. If he had more time, he would have been able to deal with Tian Kuangyue without Heavenly Star Ring's help. "Elder brother, let me help you." Heavenly Star Ring waved its hand, and 8 silver hoops appeared in its hand, floating around its body. Immediately after, they quickly supported Tian Yuan. The effect of the 8 silver hoops was to increase Tian Yuan's power. The only thing the Heavenly Star Ring could do now was support Tian Yuan. As for fighting Tian Kuangyue head-on, that was impossible. Kill. Tian Yuan's power supported the twin-headed white tiger, who also merged with its sword, turned into a white beam of light, and charged forward. The 8 silver hoops revolving around, its body looked very dazzling in the sky. 2 beams of light, one white and one red, occupied the world. Boom! The 2 beams of light collided in the blink of an eye, exploding in the void. In an instant, the 2 of them exchanged countless blows amidst the explosion. The ground around them was blasted away, and the entire world was quickly riddled with holes. After a short time, a figure was sent flying. After moving back a long distance, it barely managed to stop. Cough, cough, cough. A familiar cough could be heard. The person sent flying was Tian Yuan. Even with the help of the Heavenly Star Ring, he still could not deal with Tian Kuangyue, who was in perfect condition. "Is this your power? You are too weak." Tian Kuangyue held the bloodthirsty divine spear, which was stained with a trace of blood. It was undoubtedly Tian Yuan's blood. "Brother!" Heavenly Star Ring quickly rushed to Tian Yuan's side and asked worriedly, "Brother, how are you?" "I'm fine. I can still hold on." Tian Yuan clenched his teeth. "If I had more time, I would have definitely beaten him to a pulp. What a joke! No matter how much time you have, you will never be able to defeat me." Tian Kuangyue said coldly, "This is the difference in strength. Weaklings are weaklings. Don't make excuses for yourself." "Nonsense. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. My brother was disturbed by great star Venerable Yin Hao for so long. Why don't you try it if you were disturbed for so long?" Heavenly Star Ring couldn't help but curse. "That's your problem. It's time to end this." Tian Kuangyue tightly grasped the bloodthirsty divine spear, preparing to launch the final attack. "Heavenly Star Ring, hurry up and leave. I'm afraid I can't take this move." Tian Yuan gently pushed Heavenly Star Ring away. "Brother, I won't leave. I want to stay with you." Heavenly Star Ring's eyes were bloodshot. He had no intention of leaving. "Brother, I will help you." At this moment, Tianyun, who had been preparing something, suddenly soared into the sky. A beam of green light soared into the sky and sprinkled on the ground. "Today, the divine tree, will heal the world." Tianyun's figure twisted and turned into a towering tree. Its terrifying branches and leaves covered the whole world. An astonishing life force descended from the sky and directly poured into Tian Yuan's body. Chapter 2101. Tianyun was healing him like crazy, as if all the vitality in the world had been gathered by him and then poured into Tian Yuan's body. His body started to recover at a crazy speed. At the same time, Heaven-traveling Yuan could feel his strength recovering continuously. Even Heavenly Star Ring could feel his injuries recovering rapidly. This kind of speed was something they had never experienced before. They had never recovered so quickly. After a short while, Tian Yuan felt a small part of his body had recovered. Although it was only a small part, he felt great power as if he had recovered to his peak state. Judging from the current recovery effect, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to recover to his peak state. Even if he could not recover to his peak state, with Yi Tianyun's support, he would be invincible. How could he not be invincible when someone had been healing him in such a cruel way? Young Master Yi, you are amazing. What kind of movement is this? Tian Xing, Huan was stunned by Yi Tianyun's strength. She had not expected Yi Tianyun to have such an amazing movement. This movement seems to be a green demon's method. Tian Yuan was struck dumb. This familiar feeling was undoubtedly a green demon's method. He had been with great Star Venerable Yin Hao, so how could he not feel it? This was obviously a green demon's method, an amazing healing method. It gathered the vitality in this area and poured it into the target's body to achieve a stunning healing effect. But Brother Yi, you are not a green demon, but you can use the green demon's movement. That's really strange. Tian Yuan did not think Yi Tianyun was a green demon. Judging from his energy and strength, he was definitely not a green demon. If he was a green demon, why would he help Great Star Venerable Yin Hao? That was impossible. He was just curious why Yi Tianyun knew the green demon's movement, and why he knew the kind of movement that only top green demons could practice. The fact was simple. Yi Tianyun had learned this super powerful movement after searching his soul. It just so happened to be of use at this moment. So he used it. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao has many unique techniques. I can make good use of them. It's a pity that they don't walk the right path. Otherwise, such a powerful race would definitely prosper in this world. Yi Tianyun, who had turned into a divine tree, sighed. Originally, the green demon race would not be despised, but the green demon race naturally felt that if they did this, they would be despised by many cultivators. He didn't intend to confront Tian Kuangyue head-on, but he could support Tian Yuan in all aspects. What kind of move is this boundless vitality? Tian Kuangyue was startled. He had never seen this kind of move before. Under this kind of move, Heaven Touring Yuan's strength was rapidly increasing. If this continued, he wouldn't even be fit to carry Heaven Touring Yuan's shoes. After that, his gaze turned cold and filled with killing intent. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. Tian Kuangyue's target immediately changed to Yi Tianyun. He wanted to kill him. He knew that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to capture them. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed and quickly collided with him, sending Tian Kuangyue flying. Your opponent is me, not him. Didn't you say that I'm weak? Then, let's have a good fight. Tian Yuan's gaze was cold. He held the divine sword in his hand, looking majestic. If you don't fight me, then you're a coward. Your era? That's all bullshit. As he continuously recovered, he quickly regained his previous strength. This feeling of control was what it felt like before. Let's fight! Tian Kuangyue roared, venting his anger as he began to fight fiercely with Tian Yuan. Tian Xing, Huan didn't intervene and just watched from the side. As long as Yi Tianyun could continuously heal Tian Yuan, she didn't think there was anything to worry about. As long as Tian Yuan recovered his strength, what could Tian Kuangyue do? Following that, they began to fight crazily. In the beginning, Tian Yuan was at a disadvantage because he couldn't recover so quickly. However, as time passed, Tian Yuan gradually caught up and was no longer in a very passive state. Refreshing. Again, Tian Yuan hadn't fought such a carefree battle in a long time, so he fought fiercely with Tian Kuangyue. This was what it meant to be a madman. Tian Yuan had always been a warmonger, so he fought fiercely with Tian Kuangyue. Gradually, Tian Yuan began to gain the upper hand and began to suppress Tian Kuangyue. Tian Kuangyue began to feel the pressure on him increasing, and he felt that he couldn't resist anymore. get down. Boom. Tian Kuan-Yue was suppressed by Tian Yuyuan's power and fell from the sky, accompanied by a loud sound, and the earth trembled. Tian Kuan-Yue was smashed to the ground and suffered serious injuries. This is your strength. Tian Yuan looked down at Tian Kuan-Yue, who was lying on the ground, and said coldly, You're relying on someone else's strength, not your own. Tian Kuan-Yue retorted, Haha, after losing, you think that your opponent is relying on someone else's strength? What a joke. What I'm doing is purely healing. It doesn't have the slightest bit of strength enhancement effect. It's only healing effect and restoring Brother Tian's previous strength. Tianyun laughed from the side. You're just deceiving yourself. When you had the upper hand, you said that Brother Tian was weak. Now that Brother Tian has the upper hand, you say that he isn't using his own strength. You're right about everything. How ridiculous. Tianyun interrupted from the side. He truly felt that Tian Kuan-Yue was very funny, saying everything he wanted to say. Tian Kuan-Yue's face turned red. This was indeed true, but he didn't want to admit it. Again, Tian Kuan-Yue roared and bounced up from the deep crater, continuing to fight Tian Yuyuan. But this was meaningless. From the moment he was sent flying, he was doomed to fail. Soon, Tian Kuan-Yue's arm was cut off by Tian Yuyuan, and even his soul was slashed, seriously injuring him. At this time, Tian Kuan-Yue was paralyzed on the ground. His face was pale and bloodless, and one of his arms was cut off. However, his arm had recovered, so it wasn't a big problem. It was just that he was in a very sorry state, completely different from his previous arrogant appearance. Since you're from the same family, I won't pursue this matter any further. Hurry up and scram. If anyone dares to insult my mother like this again, I'll kill you. Tian Yuan didn't let his anger get to his head and spared Tian Kuan-Yue's life. After all, he was still a disciple of the same family. Tian Kuan-Yue wasn't the one who was truly sad, but the family. Tian Kuan-Yue's current state was the family's fault, not Tian Kuan-Yue's. Chapter 2102. After Tian Kuan-Yue was let go, he fled like a stray dog. Before he left, he said that the family would not let them go. As long as Tian Xing Huan did not go back, they would hunt him down. This was no surprise. Unless Tian Xing Huan went back on his own, he would be hunted down. Or if Tian Yuan had absolute power, they would definitely give up on hunting him down. Thanks to Tianyun's amazing treatment, Tian Yuan and Tian Xing Huan recovered a lot. Without waiting for the two of them to recover, Tianyun returned to his original body, and his face was pale. Although maintaining this state did not consume his energy, it consumed his spirit. This kind of move could not be used indefinitely. If he could use it without limit, he would be invincible. No move was absolutely perfect. The more amazing the effect, the higher the price to pay. Tian Yuan and the others came over. When they saw Tianyun's pale face, they knew that he had consumed a lot of energy. Brother how are you? I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Tianyun smiled and said, We finally drove him away, but we have to leave quickly. If reinforcements come, I'm afraid it will be difficult to leave. Yes, Tian Kuan-Yue will definitely go back to report the situation. He will send people to capture me. Tian Xing Huan sighed and said, The family still won't let me go. They let me do whatever I want, but now they have reached their limit. It's time to go. I was going to leave, but I didn't expect Tian Kuan-Yue to catch up. Tian Yuan shook his head and looked at Tianyun. He said doubtfully, By the way, Brother why do you know the Green Demon Clan's moves? I'm just curious. You are definitely not from the Green Demon Clan. That is for sure. Soul Search. I searched Great Star Venerable Inhao's memory, and I also learned the unique techniques. However, it was indeed quite difficult to make use of it. It was rather difficult. Fortunately, I used it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to help. Tianyan was not making things up. It was true. I know about soul searching, but the key is that you were able to find an ultimate art and use it. That's really unbelievable. Heaven-traveling Yuan said in surprise. Generally speaking, if you forcibly use someone else's ultimate technique, it will affect you instead. That's true, but it shouldn't be a problem to use it a little. Otherwise, we might lose this battle, Tianyan said solemnly. So even if I have to expend a lot of energy, I have to use it. Thank you very much, Brother Tian Yuan's heart shook as he said gratefully, I didn't recognize the wrong brother. You're someone worth trusting. Their cultivation levels were far apart, but the help that Tianyan could give him was beyond his imagination. Even a grand star, venerable, might not be able to provide such help as Tianyan had. Tian Xing Huan also revealed a look of gratitude. Young Master thank you so much. You have helped us so much. Tianyan had indeed helped them a lot. Whether it was saving the heavenly star ring or helping Tian Yuan, he had played a crucial role in every matter. You're welcome. This is also my responsibility. I have to do something while I'm on the desolate dragon planet, Tianyan said with a smile. There are very few cultivators who think like Brother Tian Yuan sighed. Tian Yuan sighed. If many cultivators were as responsible as Brother then the green demon race wouldn't exist. There are many who have a sense of responsibility, but their cultivation levels aren't high enough, so they can only give up. Tianyan sighed. He had seen many people attack the green demon race along the way. However, their cultivation levels were too low, so they could only avoid them. The most abominable ones were those who colluded with the green demon race. They were the most disgusting existences. After casually chatting for a while, they quickly left this place. The ceiling formation outside had been completely destroyed. Fortunately, Clan Master Ji wasn't here. Otherwise, Tian Kuangyuan might really attack him. Given Clan Master Ji's personality, he would stop the other party no matter how strong he was. If that happened, Clan Master Ji would die a horrible death. After Tian Yuan came out, he immediately went to find the five-colored divine race. Seeing their former savior, they were naturally overjoyed. After staying here for a while, they asked the five-colored divine race to leave together. The five-colored divine race naturally agreed. They had stayed here for so long because they had a mission to complete. Now that the mission was over, it was time to leave. They hadn't left the outside world for too long. But now that they were asked to leave, they didn't know where to go for a while. Clan Master Ji, do you have any plans? Tianyan came before Clan Master Ji with a smile. We plan to leave, but we don't know where to go. Do you have any recommendations? Clan Master Ji gave Tianyan a pleading look. They hadn't gone out for too long. Even if they knew a little about the outside world, they didn't know the details. There is. Tianyan's eyes lit up. He was waiting for this moment. He smiled and said, how about joining my force? I will definitely not treat you unfairly, and I will provide you with the best area. How about it? This Clan Master Ji was startled. He didn't expect Tianyan to rope him in. Clan Master Ji, actually, joining Brother Yi's force is definitely the right choice. If it weren't for the fact that we have some matters to attend to, it would be a good choice to be with Brother Yi. Tian Yuan echoed from the side. Actually, I have already considered Lord's power, but it's not easy to speak of it. Since Lord has already invited us, then our five-colored divine race will join. I hope Lord does not mind. Clan Master Ji smiled. All right. Tianyan's eyes lit up. Another group of forces had joined him, and they were quite loyal. This way, his strength would increase greatly, now that the godly thief sect and the five-colored divine race had joined. His power was no longer weak. Even if his own strength did not increase, there would still be a large number of experts joining. Of course, he still hoped that his original power could continue to increase the number of experts. The ability to produce blood was also very important. Brother E, then we will leave first. If we continue to stay here, not only us, but you will also be in danger. Tian Yuyuan's expression was serious. They were very worried that the family would send people over. They could still escape, but it was hard to say for Yi Tianyun. The gap in cultivation was too big. It was better to leave first. All right, then you two take care. If there are any problems, don't hesitate to find me. Yi Tianyun looked at them and nodded heavily. Both of them were worthy of deep friendship. When it was time to leave, he was still a little reluctant. No problem. I will definitely find you if there is anything. Ha! Tian Yuan and the others laughed and quickly left. As for the reward, I will find you when I think about it. Tian Yuan left this sentence before leaving. Yi Tianyun was stunned after hearing this. He had almost forgotten about this matter. All right, I will wait for you. Yi Tianyun smiled. Soon, their figures completely disappeared in front of them. Chapter 2103. After saying goodbye to Heavenly Star Ring and the others, Yi Tianyun took the five-colored gods back to his ancestral land. There were not many five-colored gods, but their overall quality was quite high. That was what Yi Tianyun was interested in. The quantity was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the quality. We're almost at my faction. The place I'll arrange for you will definitely satisfy you. Yi Tianyun talked and laughed with Chief Ji and the others. Kai Shui and the others' eyes lit up. They were pleasantly surprised. They had never thought they could leave that place and come to the outside world. Not only that, but they could also join Yi Tianyun's faction, which made them very happy. Yi Tianyun had always been their benefactor. How could they not be happy to join their benefactor's faction? That way, they could still repay him. Why not? Just as they were about to arrive, Yi Tianyun felt a sense of uneasiness welling up in his heart. His faction was very quiet. Normally, there would be guards patrolling the borders to protect the entire ancestral land. However, he did not see any guards. How could he not feel strange? Wait here for a moment. Yi Tianyun signaled for them to wait here. Chief Ji and the others were surprised. They did not know what he meant, but they still obeyed and waited on the side. Yi Tianyun's powerful spiritual awareness quickly spread out, covering his faction. He wanted to investigate the situation. However, as soon as he scanned the area, he encountered a very familiar energy, verbal compliance law. A great star venerate executed the words execution law in his faction. It basically covered the entire area. This verbal compliance law was not a seal. It was an omnidirectional restriction that limited other people's movements. A grand star venerable. Yi Tianyun's heart sank. He did not know how he had offended a grand star venerable. A grand star venerable had come in person. Soon after, he quickly flew inside, and at the same time, he investigated the situation around him. Fortunately, nothing had changed. He was just trapped in this area, unable to leave. Usually, such strong people would not attack ordinary people. It was not that they had pity for them, but they were not interested. If they were angered, these ordinary people would be buried with them. I can't sense any urgent news. It seems like I was controlled by this grand star venerable right from the start. I didn't even have a chance to send a message. Yi Tianyun would not be so rash as to run away without leaving anything. He had given many people a message token. If there was any problem, they could call him back immediately. It seemed safe, but it was useless against a Grand Star Venerable. From the looks of it, it must have been controlled. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become like this. Of course, it was also possible that they didn't want Yi Tianyun to come back at all. In the face of the powerful Great Star Venerables, they chose to protect Yi Tianyun. Thinking of this, Yi Tianyun's heart burst with anger. No matter who it is, whoever dares to hurt my family will die. He charged over as fast as he could. Soon, his spiritual awareness detected a horrifying power in the area of the palace where he had been. After he charged in, an ethereal voice came from inside. "Oh, you're the ruler of this place? You're finally willing to come back." When Yi Tianyun landed in the palace, he found a group of people kneeling before a Grand Star Venerable. They were not willing to kneel. They were forced to kneel by a strong power. Shi Shuiyun and his daughter were among them. Not only his daughter, but some of his friends and relatives were also forced to kneel there. When he looked over, he found a group of people had disappeared. He had a bad feeling about this. When Shi Shuiyun saw Yi Tianyun coming back, she quickly shouted, "Tianyun, hurry up and leave." However, she could not get up. "Father, hurry up and leave." Yi Sishue also shouted. Worry and anxiety filled their eyes. Everyone here wanted him to leave as soon as possible, not to save them. Yi Tianyun could tell how much pressure the Grand Star Venerable was under when he saw blood seeping out of their legs while they were kneeling on the ground. If this went on, even if they had high cultivations, they would still be crushed into mincemeat. This kind of coercion was nothing more than an attempt to force them to answer some questions. Where are they? Yi Tianyun's gaze was ice cold. Murderous intent filled his eyes. He stared at the Grand Star Venerable at the front. He looked very young and was lying in his seat lazily. He was looking down at everything. "Oh, them? You're talking about those who resisted, right? I asked them to tell me where you were, but none of them said anything, so I punished them a bit. Who would have thought that they would be so weak? With just a bit of punishment, they died." Mu Yang Su had an indifferent expression, as if she had only killed a few ants. "You deserve to die." Yi Tianyun's tone was cold as he walked towards Mu Yang Su step by step. With each step he took, his power increased by a bit, and it quickly spread to the surrounding area, covering the entire hall, and at the same time pushing Mu Yangsu's power away. In this way, Shi Shuiyun and the others would regain their freedom. When they felt the pressure on them disappear, they all stood up quickly, not caring about the injuries on their legs. "Hurry up and leave. His cultivation is great." Shi Shuiyun ran over and grabbed him, signaling him to run away. "Leave? Do you think that's possible? Let's not talk about whether he will let me go or not. He killed so many of our people. I won't leave." Yi Tianyun's gaze was extremely cold, as if he was in an ice cave. "No matter what reason you have, as long as you kill my people, you should be prepared to be killed." No matter who he was, even if he was a Grand Star Venerable, he could still suppress him if they fought. Even if he could not win, he would still fight. His anger almost devoured him. Revenge was the only thing he could think of at the moment. Interesting. It's been many years since anyone dared talk to me like this. Mu Yangsu sat forward. She said with a faint smile, "I admire your courage, but in my opinion, you are more stupid than stupid. You are only a Star Venerable. How dare you talk to me like this? A small place is really a small place. A Star Venerable dares to be so arrogant. It seems you are too invincible here. Do you think you are the best in the world? It's good that you came back. Tell me, did you find an energy nascent soul when you leveled the Jade God's ancestral land? It's like a doll. Did you see it? Mu Yangsu told him why she had come. Chapter 2104. Yi Tianyun had been wondering who he had offended. Why would a grand star venerable come here? It turned out to be the case. Everything was caused by the divine jade, Star Venerable. He had been investigating and finally found the divine jade, Star Venerable's faction. However, when he arrived, the divine jade Star Venerable had already destroyed the ancestral land of the divine jade Star Venerable. However, no matter what the reason was, even if he had not used his energy nascent soul, he would not return it. What reason did he have to return it? He was so angry that he wished he could slap Mu Yangsu to death. Forget about returning the favor. He was so furious that he wished he could slap Mu Yangsu to death with a single slap. Wouldn't Mu Yangsu wait for him to come back and ask him about it? However, there was no such thing as waiting for a grand star venerable. He had no concept of life. Everyone else was like an ant to him. Even if I know where it is, I won't tell you. I won't return it to you. Yi Tianyun said coldly, "You killed so many of my people and treated my family this way. Do you think I will return it to you?" Yi Tianyun told Shi Shuiyun and the others to leave as soon as possible. "Go. I'll control this place." Yi Tianyun had wanted to fight Mu Yangsu for a long time, but he did not dare to do anything since Shi Shuiyun and the others were there. He knew what kind of damage a fight between experts would cause. He would not be able to do anything even if he wanted to. But go as far as you can. Hurry up. Yi Tianyun's voice was unquestionable. They were taken aback, but they still left in the end. Since Yi Tianyun had said so, they could only choose to leave. They did not know what Yi Tianyun could do, but they could only choose to leave. Under the order, they quickly left. Mu Yangsu did not care about the departure of Shi Shuiyun and the others. In his opinion, Yi Tianyun was the most important. Nothing else mattered. He had achieved his goal. He would not let the others stay. If it was a pure massacre, Shi Shuiyun and the others would have been long dead. Seems like you know where the energy nascent soul is. At this moment, Mu Yangsu said, "As long as you tell me where it is or hand it over, I will spare your life or spare your forces. Otherwise," Mu Yangsu leaned back and clenched her fist. Everything was self-evident. "That's it," Yi Tianyun sneered. "I handed it over, and this is how you repay me." "Repay? What qualifications do you have to talk about repayment? Not killing you is already the best repayment I can give you." Mu Yangsu shook her head and said, "What a foolish idea. You still want to bargain with me? Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Let's see who kills who now." Before he finished his sentence, Yi Tianyun had already unleashed all of his power. Crazy damage mode. He transformed into a 6-colored imperial dragon, the power of the Starlight Wisdom King. Layers upon layers of attacks shot towards Mu Yangsu. Yi Tianyun sensed that Shi Shuiyun and the others had left, so he could attack with all his strength. At this moment, all of his rage was vented, and it came crashing down on him in one go. Chaos Wrath. Yi Tianyun opened his huge mouth and shot a beam of light towards the sky. In an instant, the power was so great that even a Star Venerable late-stage cultivator couldn't match it. Boom! Mu Yangsu, who was unprepared, was hit by this power. The whole palace was also lifted into the sky and turned into powder. The surrounding area was also shrouded by this beam of light, and everything within 100 miles was turned into ashes. Fortunately, they had already left. Otherwise, they would have been affected by this power. What a strong power! The heavenly cloud's great emperor's cultivation seems to have improved again. They were completely shocked when they saw Yi Tianyun's power. No wonder Yi Tianyun told them to leave as soon as possible. Who could resist this power? Tianyun. Sure, Shuayun clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Mother, father will definitely win. Isishue hugged Shuayun, and her eyes were also full of worry. Mu Yangsu gave them a terrifying feeling. She was so terrifying that they felt their legs go soft, and they could feel that she was a lot stronger than Tianyun. Therefore, they didn't dare to send a message to Tianyun to ask him to come back. Mu Yangsu asked them to send a message to Tianyun to come back, but they didn't send a message, so some of them were directly destroyed. He will definitely win. When Shuayun said it, she didn't even believe it herself. Her opponent was really too strong. Even if he didn't show his power, she could feel the fear from the bottom of her heart. This was the feeling of the gap between their cultivation levels. It was a feeling of fear that she couldn't reach. Get lost! A sharp claw tore apart the chaotic anger in the air, and Mu Yangsu flew out of it. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she was obviously injured. He didn't expect Tianyun to have such a strong power in an instant. Even though he had guessed that Tianyun would attack him, he didn't expect that the power he released in an instant would be stronger than that of a star venerable in the late stage. In such a situation, he hadn't been prepared enough, so he was naturally injured. But he was a grand star venerable, and he quickly increased his power in the face of such an attack and blocked it easily. How dare you attack me? You're dead meat, Ant. When Mu Yangsu was about to fight back in anger, Tianyun's energy suddenly increased by a lot. Break through. Ding! After deducting star energy, you have successfully broken through to the star venerable in the late stage. The prerequisites for the next level are 5 billion star energy points and a unique star Dharma Laksana to level 4. Tianyun used his star energy to increase his cultivation. Only in this way could he make up for the difference in cultivation. After his cultivation increased, the star energy above his head increased by a lot again, reaching 30 cubic meters of star energy. That wasn't the end of it. Tianyun put on the burning anger of heaven's suit, and his power and defense both increased by a lot. In an instant, he turned into a flame, and he looked like a 6-colored emperor dragon in the form of flames. The 30 cubic meters of star energy above his head increased to 33 cubic meters again. Burning anger of heavens. Tianyun opened his mouth again and spat out a lot of fire. The flames he spat out were multiplied, and his power reached a whole new peak. The flames he spat out were shocking enough, and now they were 5 times stronger than before, and they covered the whole sky in an instant. Boom! Mu Yangsu was engulfed in an instant. His moves didn't work, and he was also engulfed by the flames. Everything seemed so invincible, and no one could resist it. Chapter 2105. Mu Yangsu was engulfed by Tianyun's fierce attack again. The sky was engulfed by flames, turning it crimson. Everyone was shocked. All the cultivators in the area could see the sky shrouded in flames. Maybe the ground was not shaking, but they could clearly feel a wave of flames pressing down on their heads, making them feel very hot. "I'll kill you!" A penetrating voice came from the flames above. Soon after, Mu Yangsu charged out of the flames. A large part of her body was charred, but her face wasn't charred black. However, she looked a little pale. It was obvious that he had been hit hard and was injured. He was injured by a star venerable, and this humiliation infuriated him completely. A giant starlight Dharma idol rose, and a giant golden flood dragon appeared before his eyes. It soared into the sky and tore apart the flames to attack him. Such a powerful attack had only injured him a little. Grand Star Venerables were really strong. At the same time, 30 cubic meters of astral power appeared above him. It was the real power of a grand star venerable. When it burst out, the whole world was shaken by it. Devour the starry sky. Tianyan was ready. He opened his giant mouth and swallowed the astral power above Mu Yangsu. He swallowed 5 cubic meters of astral power. Mu Yangsu's astral power dropped to 25 cubic meters immediately. As for Tianyan's astral power, it increased from 33 cubic meters to 38 cubic meters in one go. He was the winner again. This was the astral power of a grand star venerable. After it was swallowed, the astral power could stack up perfectly instead of being weakened. He shone brightly with the help of this power. The astral power above him seemed to have been created for him. It engulfed his giant body and filled it with power. Suppress him. Tianyan's eyes were ice cold. He moved his giant body forward and pressed Mu Yangsu with his strongest power. It was not only in terms of power, but also in terms of race's bloodline. When Mu Yangsu faced this power, she actually felt a little timid. It was a fear from his bloodline. He did not have the power to fight back. Boom! While he was in a daze, the attack had already pressed him down and smashed him into the ground. Mu Yangsu, who had turned into a golden flood dragon, was stepped on and fell heavily on the ground. Boom! A giant mushroom cloud appeared. It was unknown whether Mu Yangsu was dead or alive. Did he succeed? Sure, Xu Weiyun and the others widened their eyes, seeing such a terrible move. It should be able to kill Mu Yangsu, right? Tianyan had been suppressing Mu Yangsu since the beginning. Mu Yangsu did not even have the power to resist. Was this power really a grand star venerable? Mu Yangsu was so strong, yet he could not even block one attack. They had the thought that Tianyan, what kind of power is this? It can actually suppress my bloodline. Mu Yangsu bounced out of the deep pit, the injuries on her body rapidly recovering. Although she looked fine, her pale complexion could not be concealed. He didn't expect that Tianyan's power could suppress his bloodline, but he was so suppressed by Tianyan that he could not fight back. He took the divine Tianyan of stars back quickly, but his power would be greatly reduced. Without the divine Tianyan of stars, he could only exert half of his power. After all, without the divine Tianyan of stars, he would not be able to control the star power. Without the divine Tianyan of stars, he could only exert half of his power. After all, without the divine Tianyan of stars, he would not be able to control the star power. Mu Yangsu had lost 5 units of star power, so he still had 25 units of star power. In other words, he should have had dozens of times more power. But now he had lost all of it. He was miserable. How could a cultivator without the divine Tianyan of stars be called a grand star venerable? He was even weaker than a star venerable in the late stage. That's none of your business. Tianyan kept suppressing Mu Yangsu in anger. He had planned to fight a bloody battle, but it seemed that he did not need to. Mu Yangsu did not even dare use the divine Tianyan of stars under the suppression of his bloodline. Once Mu Yangsu used the divine Tianyan of stars, he would not be able to fight back. Go to hell! Mu Yangsu shouted angrily. He would not admit defeat. He was a grand star venerable. How could he admit defeat against Tianyan, whose cultivation was much lower than his? Mu Yangsu used all of his power again, in anger. At the same time, he stimulated the power of his essence blood to increase his power. Boom! The two of them fought to a draw for a time. Mu Yangsu was indeed a grand star venerable. Even without the divine Tianyan of stars, he was still stronger than a starving camel. He could still exchange a few moves with Tianyan. Mu Yangsu's basic power was obvious. Both his physical body and the level of his energy were stronger than Yi Tianyun's. If Yi Tianyun had not used his own power to layer on it, he would not have been able to deal with Mu Yangsu. This was the cruel reality. Even with layers of power, he could not fight someone at a higher level. He might be invincible in the same level, but he was not fighting someone at the same level. He was fighting someone at a higher level. It was undoubtedly difficult to fight someone at a higher level. Mu Yangsu, who knew absolute law, would be even more difficult to deal with. Fortunately, his opponent had a flood dragon bloodline. He was suppressed by the six-colored emperor dragon's royal attribute and could not exert his power. If he could exert his power, Yi Tianyun would be easily suppressed. This was the power of a difference in cultivation. It was not easy to make up for. If it was not easy to make up for, Yi Tianyun would have to fight to the death. Again. Suddenly, a galaxy-grade long sword appeared around Yi Tianyun's huge body. This was the weapon given to him by Tian Yuan. Under Yi Tianyun's control, the galaxy-grade longsword pressed down on Yi Tianyun. How could Mu Yangsu, a grand star venerable, be inferior to treasures? He waved his hand, and 3 galaxy-grade treasures appeared. Layers of halos layered on his body, greatly increasing his power. Mu Yangsu would not lose to him in terms of treasures. However, he had been stunned by the previous attack. He had not expected to have treasures to attack with. Heaven-shaking seal. Mu Yangsu threw the seal into the air. A giant divine seal flew toward Yi Tianyun. The sky was shaking. Yi Tianyun felt a power pressing down on him from above, trying to shatter him into pieces. At the same time, he held a sharp long sword in his hand and thrust it toward Yi Tianyun's dragon claw. The sword's energy was enough to break Yi Tianyun's defense and hurt him even before the sword reached him. The last item was an armor that could protect one's body. It could provide excellent defensive power. He was just a rich man with an energy, nascent soul. How could he be short of treasures? The words rich and overbearing were completely branded on him. Yi Tianyun had killed a Grand Star Venerable, but that was Grand Star Venerable Yin Hao, who was a soul. How could he have any treasures? As for those Star Venerables, most of them did not have any galaxy-grade treasures. The Star Venerables on the desolate dragon planet were too poor. Chapter 2106. In the past, it would have been impossible for Yi Tianyun to be suppressed by treasures. In the past, he had countless treasures. However, it was different now. The disadvantage of this new environment was that he had too few powerful treasures. If he had more time, he would have more treasures than he could count. For example, he had so many star sector level treasures that he could crush people to death. He had killed many star lords and star venerables. He did not dare to say how many treasures they had in their star rings, but it would not be a problem for him to have several star sector level treasures. In total, he had at least dozens or even hundreds of star sector level treasures. Many of them were superior grade star sector level treasures. However, no matter how many star sector level treasures he had, it was meaningless here. After all, his opponent was using galaxy-grade treasures. Star sector level treasures were just decorations. This was not something that could be resisted with numbers. You want to suppress me with your strength? Try cultivating for another 10,000 years. Mu Yangsu flew over. With the help of the 3 treasures, his strength was starting to surpass Yi Tianyun's. He was a great star venerable, and when a great star venerable used a galaxy-grade treasure, it would bring out the best in each other. He could use his full strength. When he used his full strength, even Yi Tianyun's tough dragon scales would be broken. In the blink of an eye, he had many wounds on his body. Some of his dragon scales were even broken, revealing the bones inside. Yi Tianyun was not having a good time, But Mu Yangsu was not having a good time, either. As the two fought crazily, Mu Yangsu also had many claw marks. Now, it all depended on who could last longer. However, based on the current situation, Mu Yangsu clearly had the upper hand. Seeing this, Shi Shiweiyun and the others' hearts were in their throats. They had thought that they would have the upper hand, but it seemed like they were being suppressed. Was this the end? Father, he will surely win. He has always been able to defeat his opponents, no matter who they are. Sishue comforted her mother. Yes, he will surely win. If he loses, I will go down with him. Shi Shiweiyun smiled, as if she was talking about something unimportant. Tianyan was no longer in this world. What was the point of her living? Mother, what are you talking about? Don't you want to be with me anymore? Sishue held her mother's hand tightly. Sishue, I will definitely accompany you, but do you think you will let us go if it really comes to that? Shi Shiweiyun gently patted her little hand and said with a smile, Child, you should evacuate first. Let me guard this place. No, I also want to stand guard here. I believe that father will definitely win. Sishue shook her head. She didn't think that her father would lose. If we really lose, our family will go to another world to live. It won't make any difference. Sishue's eyes were filled with determination. It was impossible to chase her away. Those who supported Tianyan were now extremely worried. Their hearts were stuck in their throats, but they were constantly shouting in their hearts, hoping that Tianyan could win. Tens of thousands of years? I don't need to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. I can suppress you right now. A green demon god star appeared behind Tianyan. A huge amount of life energy flowed in from all directions, and his injuries were instantly healed. In terms of healing ability, Tianyan was definitely much better than Mu Yangsu. What kind of power is this? It seems to be the power of another star aspect. You can use the power of two star aspects. Mu Yangsu was stunned. She thought that she could continue to suppress Tianyan like this, and in the end, he would be injured to the point where he couldn't move. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, his injuries would be completely healed? How could they continue to fight? If this situation continued, if Tianyan could continue to heal quickly, Mu Yangsu would be the one to lose in the end. Everyone help me! Tianyan didn't pay attention to him. He struck while the iron was hot. If he wanted to suppress, he had to completely suppress him. He had to suppress him until he couldn't even breathe. At this time, Clan Head Ji and the others appeared nearby. They all shouted loudly and released their star aspects. Stellar energy also gathered above their heads. Are you an idiot to let the celestial lords surround me? When Mu Yangsu saw Clan Head Ji and the others coming to help, he sneered. He felt that this behavior was laughable. Perhaps he couldn't easily suppress Tianyan, but he could easily crush the celestial lords. Tianyan still didn't answer him. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the stellar energy above Clan Head Ji and the others. He devoured a large portion of their stellar energy, and then the two celestial lords' stellar energy stacked above him. This caused his original 38 cubic meters of stellar energy to shoot up to 41 cubic meters. It was a huge increase. Now that his star aspect had reached the third level, he could naturally devour the stellar energy of the other three. If he wanted to increase his strength, this was undoubtedly the best way. After reaching 41 cubic meters of stellar energy, the stellar energy above Tianyan's head became even more obvious. The stellar energy was originally covered by a layer of fog. Now, it was clearly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. After reaching 41 cubic meters of stellar energy, Tianyan's combat power increased greatly. Starting from 40 cubic meters of stellar energy, His strength increased by 5 times. This power can still be devoured. Is the unique star aspect that powerful? Mu Yangsu's disdainful smile froze. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun's unique star aspect to be so powerful. When he saw Yi Tianyun's star Dharma idol, he was a little surprised, but it was only for a moment. In his opinion, there was nothing he couldn't crush. He was a grand star, venerable. So what if he had a unique star aspect? He could crush it all the same. Now it seemed that things weren't that simple. The one who would be crushed was not Yi Tianyun, but him. 6 stars dazzling anger. Yi Tianyun roared and released all of his 6-color power, which turned into a 6-color light beam and rushed towards Yi Tianyun. This was the ultimate movement that could only be exerted when one had 40 cubic meters of stellar energy. Suppress the power. Mu Yangsu exerted the verbal compliance law in fear when facing this power. He wanted to seal off Yi Tianyun's power. However, he found his verbal compliance law didn't seem to work on Yi Tianyun. This means that Yi Tianyun's power has exceeded the scope of his word compliance law's control. Normally, when exerting the verbal compliance law, even a star venerable's power would be restricted. He had been too arrogant to exert the verbal compliance law on Yi Tianyun. All strong people were like that. They didn't want to waste too much power. Dom. Chapter 2107. The entire world was shaking. Everyone was so blinded by the explosion that they couldn't even open their eyes. What a strong power. The heavenly cloud's great emperor is too powerful. He should be able to kill his opponent this time, right? Of course, such a powerful attack will definitely kill him. When the cultivators saw the situation on Yi Tianyun's side, they were very eager to see Mu Yangsu killed. After the explosion completely disappeared, they saw a bottomless pit. Mu Yangsu was lying there like a dead dog, and there was not a single part of his body that was not injured. His limbs were destroyed by Yi Tianyun's attack, and only his torso was left. It looked terrible. He was not dead, and he could still struggle to restore his body. But he didn't have the chance. Yi Tianyun quickly landed beside him and stepped on his torso. Do you think I still need to wait for millions of years? Yes, if you can, then let me use the star Dharma idol. Mu Yangsu's eyes were full of anger. Ridiculous! How can you say such stupid words? Wait until I break through to the grand star venerable realm. Then fight with me, Yi Tianyun sneered. Everyone has their own advantages, and you want me to give up my advantages to fight with you? Are you an idiot? Wait until I break through to the grand star venerable realm. Then lower your cultivation to the star venerable realm and fight with me. Only some idiots would say such stupid words. You already have an advantage, but you still want to give up your advantages to fight? Isn't this idiot? Mu Yangsu was speechless after hearing Yi Tianyun's words. Before she could think about it, Yi Tianyun reached out and grabbed Mu Yangsu's head, then searched her soul. He would never let go of a grand star venerable's memory, which was equivalent to an amazing wealth. After searching for a while, Yi Tianyun had a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't expect this guy to be related to Tianyu Yuan's family. To be precise, Mu Yangsu's family was in an alliance with Tianyu Yuan's family. What a coincidence! Heaven Traveling Yuan's family was stubborn and rotten. The clans that allied with Heaven Traveling Yuan's clan were probably the same. They were all rotten people. After all, one's company was stained black. Interesting, I didn't expect there to be such a relationship. Yi Tianyun nodded thoughtfully. Why you actually managed to search through all of my memories? Mu Yangsu was dumbfounded. Or rather, it should be said that anyone else would have been dumbfounded by Zhang Xian's actions. There wasn't even the slightest bit of obstruction before she was completely stripped clean. How could she not be shocked? Moreover, he was a Grand Star Venerable. It was not normal for him to be unable to resist at all. All right, I won't waste any more words with you. Go and reflect on yourself. Isn't it like you've been living like a dog for cultivating to this level? In the future, you have to learn to keep a low profile and not be so arrogant. Tianyun looked down at him and said calmly, "Sometimes cultivation isn't the key to victory. Understand?" Tianyun raised his foot and stomped on his head. Mu Yangsu was so frightened that he shouted hurriedly, "If you dare to kill me, your faction will be destroyed. The clan will surely send someone to find me. By then, your faction will be destroyed after an investigation. I'll kill as many as they come." Tianyun showed no mercy. He was not afraid of the danger that would follow. In fact, the outcome would not change even if he let Mu Yangsu go. He would still attract powerful enemies. Given Mu Yangsu's character, how could she let Tianyun go? He was the vengeful type. Furthermore, he was a Grand Star Venerable. How could the dignity of a Grand Star Venerable be compromised so easily? If he let Zhang Xian go, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. If he killed Mu Yangsu, he might be able to buy some time. If he did not kill Zhang Xian, his faction would be destroyed the next day. After speaking, he stomped on Zhang Xian's head. "No, I'll give you all my treasures. I can swear that I won't pursue this matter." It was pointless for him to say anything else. Tianyun stomped on Mu Yangsu's head. Mu Yangsu's head was crushed. However, he did not die. His soul floated out of his head. Then Tianyun grabbed that soul. Mu Yangsu's soul struggled, but it could not escape from his hand. "You're going to let me go? I promise you that I won't pursue this matter. I'll even give you many treasures," Mu Yangsu said hurriedly. She was afraid that Tianyun would crush her soul. "I'm sorry. I never intended to let you go, especially when I learned that you killed my friend." Tianyun's gaze was ice cold. No emotion could be seen in his eyes. Then, a bloodline power surged out. It was the godly soul bloodline. The power of the godly soul bloodline was released to control Mu Yangsu's soul. At the same time, it started to erase Mu Yangsu's consciousness, intending to turn him into a puppet. The godly soul bloodline could do this. As long as it was a soul, it could be turned into a puppet. Perhaps it could not be turned into a great star venerable puppet, but it would not be a problem to turn it into a low-level puppet. The greatest advantage was that after being turned into a puppet, it would still have the great star venerable realm and the memories of a great star venerable. This way, it would be able to unleash shocking techniques. It would also be a top-notch puppet. When Mu Yangsu erased his consciousness, he let out shrill screams. This was the most painful part of the process. His consciousness was slowly erased, so it was naturally not a good feeling. The most terrifying part was that fear, which slowly engulfed Mu Yangsu. He truly felt that he was about to die, so how could he not scream in fear? However, no matter how much he screamed, it was meaningless. No one would come to help him. It was as if he were saying his last words. "I'm going to curse you. Even if I die, I'll keep pestering you." Mu Yangsu screamed before his consciousness disappeared. "There are many people who curse me like you, but none of them can keep pestering me," Tianyun said with a faint smile. "The more you pester me, the more star energy I can earn." "Star energy? What's that?" Mu Yangsu was stunned. He did not understand what Tianyun meant. Shortly after, it was destroyed by him. Not a single bit of its consciousness was left, only a small ball of soul energy. That ball of soul energy was incredible. It was the basic soul of a great star venerable, so he definitely could not destroy it. He quickly put it away. Then he heard a a melodious voice. Ding. Successfully killed Mu Yangsu. Obtained 1 billion star energy points, 1,000 kill points. Obtained Crescent Blade, Galaxy Grade. Crescent Divine Armor, Galaxy Grade. Divine Jade Tablet, Super Rare. Divine Jade Tablet. A jade tablet that can open an excellent secret passage. Rumor has it that it can lead to the area where giant divine beasts live. There's such a thing? Yi Qianyun's eyes lit up. It could even lead to the area where giant divine beasts lived. It was comparable to the Purple Gold Key. Chapter 2108. After successfully killing Mu Yangsu, Yi Qianyun put away the soul, and at the same time he got a lot of EXP, which made him very satisfied. But more than that, he was sad. Many of his loyal subordinates died, just like that. He wanted to resurrect them, but he couldn't do it now. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or using the system, he couldn't resurrect his subordinates. If he used star energy to resurrect himself, he might be able to resurrect himself. However, it was impossible to resurrect others. At least, it was impossible at the moment. Unless they still had a corpse, then he could resurrect them. But now, he didn't even have a corpse, so how could he resurrect them? Therefore, if he wanted to resurrect them, he could only wait for the system to upgrade, or his cultivation to be strong enough to resurrect them. Through this matter, Yi Qianyun really thought a lot. After all, this matter was too serious. If he came back a little later, wouldn't something extremely serious happen? His clone had been managing the Xingyuan territory, so he knew nothing about what happened here. Therefore, he must add more people or arrange another existence that could contact him. This time, sure, Shuiyun and the others were afraid that he would be in danger, so they didn't contact him. He could tell them more about this, and they wouldn't do it again in the future. But after thinking about it carefully, if all communication was really cut off, then wouldn't he have no way to save them? It just so happened that there was an excellent way now, and that was Mu Yangsu's soul. If he turned her into a puppet, then she could be used as an existence to contact him, and at a critical time, she could also appear to protect everyone. It was an excellent way. I told you that father would definitely win. Yi Sishue and the others landed beside Yi Qianyun, and they looked excited. The other subordinates also flew over and landed behind Yi Sishue and the others, and they were also very excited. Their king won this battle. How could they not be excited? Especially when they thought about how many of their companions were killed before. They were even more sad and angry, but they couldn't take revenge. Now it was different. Yi Qianyun killed Mu Yangsu, and now their dead companions could finally die in peace. The Heavenly Cloud's great emperor killed the invaders, so our companions can finally rest in peace. Their eyes were red. Even if they killed Mu Yangsu, their companions still couldn't come back. Sure, Shuiyun and the others were also sad. Many of their companions came up from the lower realm, so how could they not feel sad? The reason why they could have such power was because of their loyal subordinates. Now a group of them died, and it made them extremely sad. Don't worry, sooner or later, I will resurrect them. Yi Qianyun looked at them and said with certainty, they will not die in vain. This country must have them. Yangsu, hearing these two words, they were all stunned. He could still be resurrected. This was simply too inconceivable. It was something that seemed impossible, at least before Yi Qianyun said so. He didn't believe that he could be resurrected. If there were corpses that could be resurrected, it would still be possible. But now, there wasn't even a corpse. So how could it be resurrected? This is Yangsu of time. There is Mu of Yunhai, time too, and time of time and time. Yang Ming Yang, Tai off Yun, and time, and was time, and of Yangoff. Yes, I can only do this after my cultivation is strong enough. So I can't do it now. So don't be too sad. I can't do it now. but it doesn't mean I can't do it in the future. In the future, I will restore the whole team. Tianyun looked at them with a firm tone, and his words are full of persuasion. Everyone looked at each other and saw a bit of ecstasy in each other's eyes. There is one thing I want to tell you. If you encounter this kind of thing in the future, please contact me. It might seem like you don't want me to fall into a crisis, but when I come back and find that you are all gone, what's the point of me becoming stronger? Tianyun said in a sonorous voice, I have been becoming stronger, not for anything, but to protect you. If you are all gone, who am I supposed to protect? Who am I supposed to protect? They were very excited by Tianyun's words, but at the same time, they felt very guilty. In fact, if they were in Tianyun's shoes, they would also have the same idea. If they were all dead, what's the point of living? Especially you. Tianyun came in front of Shuiyun and his daughter and said sternly, Do you think I will be happy to live? Shuiyun and the others were silent. If they were in Tianyun's shoes, even if they survived, it would be worse than death. If the people they loved were gone, what's the point of living? In fact, it's not meaningless. It's revenge. It's just that after revenge, if they were still alive, they would be no different from a walking corpse. I won't say anything else. If this kind of situation happens again, I hope you can send me an emergency message as soon as possible. Tianyun said solemnly, It was my negligence that caused this situation to happen. I feel very guilty about my dead brothers. Even if I can save them in the future, I will still feel very guilty. However, this kind of thing will not happen again. He will be very careful in his next plan. He will definitely be able to come back before the crisis happens, or at least be able to stop it for a while. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, following you is the greatest blessing in our life. If there is an afterlife, I hope to follow you again. At this time, many of his men knelt down one after another. They were all infected by Tianyun's words. With such a wise ruler, how could they not be loyal? The five-colored divine race and others had just joined, so they didn't have a deep impression of Tianyun. However, this scene was extremely shocking to them. With such a wise ruler, they really made the right choice to follow him. After explaining the matter, they began to reorganize everything, and Tianyun began to make soul puppets. Making soul puppets required a lot of materials, and he happened to have a lot of materials on hand, such as the various bloodlines obtained from killing before, or the bones, and so on, which could be used to make soul puppets. Red Moonstar's Mu clan. Very good. Waiting for you to come. Tianyun's eyes were full of killing intent. If the other party dared to send people over, then he wouldn't mind killing them, and at the same time, he would personally visit the Mu clan. If he wanted to solve this problem, then he would really have to do it all at once. Immediately, he immersed himself in making soul puppets. He didn't have much time, so he had to quickly finish all these things, and then improve his cultivation. Chapter 2109. In the Mu clan of planet Red Moon, the jade plate placed in the center of the palace suddenly shattered into powder. The old man next to it was startled. The old man looked in the direction where the jade plate had shattered, and his face turned pale. Lord Mu Yangsu is dead. The old man was petrified. How could Mu Yangsu die? He was a grand star, venerable. He was one of the top star venerables on planet Red Moon, and he played an important role in the Mu clan. But now he was dead. A grand star venerable died, just like that. This was a great loss for the Mu clan, and a very serious one at that. The old man was so scared that he crawled on the ground and ran outside. There were quite a few jade tablets in the temple, all of which were placed at the top, but now one of them had exploded. There were dozens of jade plates under the one at the top. Their cultivation was definitely not as high as the one at the top. Those jade plates represented their lives. Once they shattered, it meant they were dead. In fact, all clans had similar jade plates. This world was full of danger. One could die without knowing. Therefore, they all had such jade plates, which represented whether they were alive or not. Once a jade plate shattered, they should inform someone to investigate it or take some precautions. The old man shouted after running out, "Oh no! Lord Muyangsu is dead! Lord Muyangsu is dead!" The clansmen on the side were shocked by this news. Who could kill Muyangsu? That was a grand star venerable. What? Muyangsu is dead. An old man was so angry that the whole house was overturned. Investigate it. Investigate it thoroughly. No matter who killed my son, I will make him pay the price. That child, Muyangsu, is dead. This is a great loss. She was such a young great, star venerable. Her future was boundless. She was the hope of our clan. The elders were both angry and sad. Muyangsu was someone that they had spent a great deal of effort to nurture. It had only been a short while, but he had already died. How could they not feel sad? I remember Muyangsu said he wanted to find the energy nascent soul. How come the energy nascent soul died outside? Where was the last information that the energy nascent soul found? On the desolate dragon planet. Wild Dragon Star. Then go and investigate thoroughly. Send someone to investigate thoroughly. No, let me go personally. Second Elder, are you going to take action personally? Mujia's situation is not very good now. If you go out, are you afraid that I will die outside? No, it's not. Second Elder, your cultivation is so strong. How could anything happen to you? But we're surrounded by enemies on all sides. We can't go out as we please. Should I just let it go like this? No, we'll decide after the situation stabilizes. After a period of silence, the second elder nodded and said, "That's good, but at least find out who did it for me, or he might have been plotted against by someone. It's just a wild dragon star. How could there be a strong warrior here? He must have been ambushed. All right, let's go and check it out." The Mu clan situation was not very good either. They had lost a grand star, venerable, at such a crucial moment. It was easy to imagine how painful it was. It was quite complicated to make a soul puppet. It mainly depended on the materials used to make it. Tianyun threw all the materials he had into the puppet, such as the 5-colored divine stone or the green demon clan's bloodline. He threw all of them into the puppet. He threw all the precious materials he had into the puppet. Whatever was precious, he threw it into the puppet. Muyangsu's soul started to twist and absorb the materials Tianyun threw into the puppet. As it absorbed more and more materials, Muyangsu's soul started to grow a body. It would not look the same as Muyangsu's. He had planned to make a puppet that looked exactly like Muyangsu, but he gave up in the end. Although it looked exactly the same, its aura could not be exactly the same, especially in terms of cultivation and physique. The materials he threw into the puppet would bring about different situations. It was impossible to make a puppet that looked exactly the same. Unless he had a lot of materials, he might not be able to make a puppet that looked exactly the same. Hence, he gave up on this idea. He would just make one casually. Unfortunately, he could not send people to investigate the Mu clan's situation. The most important thing was that he could send people back. Then, he would have nothing to worry about. However, things did not go as he wished. He could only prepare to defend against the Mu clan's attack. I wonder what kind of puppet I will make. Tianyun looked at the flickering energy in front of him. As time passed, his body grew rapidly and turned into a tall and sturdy youth. A terrifying energy was released from his body. His eyes, in particular, shone with a frightening light. The young man before her had nothing to do with Muyangsu at all. However, he had the soul of a grand star venerable in his body. Even ordinary star venerables could not look at the light from his eyes directly. As for his cultivation, it was not strong. He was only a late-stage star venerable, not even a star venerable. However, with the soul of a grand star venerable, the energy he erupted with was not even comparable to that of an ordinary star venerable. After all, how could ordinary star venerables reach the level of a grand star venerable? The greatest weakness of a soul puppet was that it could not break through on its own. It could only break through by absorbing new materials. This could not be helped. A puppet was a puppet. Even if it had a soul, it was still a dead object. Hence, it needed materials to break through. Otherwise, it would not be able to improve by even half a step. This was a weakness, but it was also a strength. If it had enough materials, it could raise its cultivation crazily and reach a higher level by smashing it. It did not need to cultivate at all. Perfect! Itianyun looked at the soul puppet and felt satisfied. The most important thing was that it was connected to him. He could sense the situation here from far away. In this way, when he could not use the communication token, he could still use the soul puppet to investigate the situation. At the same time, he could also transmit the situation here. It could be said to be a perfect arrangement. When necessary, it could even rush out to help him fend off powerful enemies. Ordinary star venerables would not be able to defeat a pile of materials easily. Even stronger star venerables could resist for some time. This was enough. He did not hope to fend off grand star venerables. He only hoped to fend off star venerables. Chapter 2110. After making all the arrangements, Itianyun prepared to go to the giant divine beasts area. He naturally did not know where the giant divine beasts area was. Many people did not know where it was. However, he knew what level the giant divine beast was. It was the leader of a group of giant beasts. Its cultivation was shocking. It had reached the level of a grand star venerable. Such a grand star venerable was different from ordinary grand star venerables. Its power was far beyond that of ordinary grand star venerables. Just the name giant divine beast alone was enough to tell that it wasn't a simple beast. It had an incomparably huge body and a terrifying deterrent force. According to the dragon clan's level, ordinary dragons could not compare to giant divine beasts. Only a relatively top-notch demon beast could compare to this gigantic divine beast. Rumor had it that giant divine beasts had star dharma aspects, which were similar to cultivators. They could have powerful star dharma aspects. As for whether it was true, no one had seen it with their own eyes. They had only heard about it in books. Of course, Itianyun didn't want to kill the giant divine beast. If the only way to improve his star dharma idol was to kill the giant divine beast, then he wouldn't be able to improve his star dharma idol anymore. It was as difficult as killing a great star venerable intermediate stage expert. Early stage grand star venerables would be difficult to deal with if they were not restrained, let alone mid-stage grand star venerables, especially giant divine beasts. How could the leader of the giant beasts not be powerful? He had killed quite a few giant beasts. They were really huge and powerful enough to crush all opponents. If he was facing a giant beast of the same level as him, if he did not have amazing treasures or helpers, it would be safest to run away. Otherwise, he would definitely be crushed by his opponent. His trip this time was actually to enter the Almighty Beast domain and search for precious divine medicine. Although Planet Desolate Dragon and Planet Scarlet Moon did have such herbs, they were extremely rare. If he wanted to find it, Planet Red Moon was much easier to find than Planet Desolate Dragon, but it was still in the category of being hard to find. Things were different in the giant divine beasts domain. There were vast resources there, but there were very few cultivators. There would not be as much competition in this area. Correspondingly, it was more dangerous. Giant beasts would be hostile to any life forms other than themselves. This was especially true for the cultivators, who wished they could tear everything apart. Tianyun did not mind. In his opinion, he would not be in too much danger in the giant divine beast territory. As long as it was not a grand star venerable, he was not afraid of anyone within the star venerable realm. The giant divine beast domain is a legendary area. There are very few people who can return after going there. The key is that most people don't know how to go there. It's just a record. I really don't know if this record is real or fake. Tianyun took out the divine jade token. This thing was full of unknowns. He really didn't know what would happen after he went there. Immediately after, he used the divine jade token. As soon as he used it, the void began to distort. Soon, a special secret passage appeared. He walked in without hesitation. As soon as he entered, the passageway was completely sealed, and no one else could enter. This passageway was very strange. It was like a passageway that had been forcefully opened. The divine jade token that had been dropped was really strange, but it did not violate the rules of this world. As long as one was capable enough, it could be made. This was like a mobile transmission passageway that could be opened at any time. However, it was difficult to make it, and the price was not low. Along the way, the passageway was very stable. There were no anomalies. It would be strange if something went wrong. Tianyun ran forward quickly and reached the exit. There was no obstacle in front of him. He stepped out immediately. However, he was more cautious this time because he was afraid of a sneak attack. His cultivation was not low, but he had to be careful. When he left the teleportation channel, he saw a stretch of towering trees. He had no idea which area he was in. Bang! A crack appeared on the divine jade token. At the same time, the passageway closed quickly. It seemed this divine jade token could let him go back. Once he went back, it would be completely broken. Unless he walked back to his area and used it again, a divine jade token would only be able to go back and forth. Tianyun quickly set the coordinates. He found that the divine teleportation stone could not set the coordinates here. He could not even set the coordinates, so it was impossible to teleport back. Fortunately, the divine jade token can let me go back. Otherwise, it would be a headache. This was the first time Tianyun encountered such a situation. This place was probably very special, under the power of the giant divine beast. Everything could not leave at will. The divine jade token was not included. It could teleport to 2 places at will. It's a pity that I can't copy it. Otherwise, I would really make more copies. Tianyun checked the divine jade token. He wanted to throw it into the shop to duplicate it. Then he would have a few more pieces. In the future, when he needed divine medicines, he could come here. Who knew that it could not be sold at all? The shop did not even accept it. Since that was the case, he was too lazy to care about it. He turned his gaze back to the area in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there were many spiritual medicines here. Heaven and earth treasures could not be said to be everywhere. At least, most areas had them. This is purple moon grass. That is azure dragon flower. Tianyun glanced at it. They were all relatively precious spiritual medicines, reaching the level of heavenly star level 2. But they were of little use to him. He was a star venerable. Ordinary spiritual medicines did not have any effect on him. Even the 9 cycles star grass had little effect on him. The 9 cycles star grass was still at the level of heavenly star level 3. If he wanted to improve it, he would need spiritual medicines above the level of heavenly star level 4 to have any effect. He sighed, mainly because there were many spiritual medicines here. No wonder this place was regarded as a divine land of spiritual medicines. Growl. He had not been here for long. All of a sudden, a giant figure pounced on him, trying to tear him to pieces. Tianyan reached out and flicked his finger, and the figure was sent flying. The figure broke several giant trees in a row and barely stopped. When he looked back, he saw a giant bear lying there. It was as big as a small mountain. Its cultivation was also not bad. It was at the level of a star master. He had run into danger as soon as he arrived. This was really the territory of the giant divine beast. There were giant beasts everywhere. If someone with a lower cultivation had come, he would have been smashed to death immediately. It was undeniable that this place was full of treasures. But would he be able to keep his life? Nourished by so many spiritual medicines, the giant beast's cultivations were generally very high. It was especially dangerous in the giant divine beast's territory. Chapter 2111. Naturally, Tianyan came over without hesitation because there were many divine herbs in the giant divine beast domain. If his dermic body wanted to break through to rank 4, he would need a lot of divine herbs. If Xiao Chun were on Scarlet Moonstar, he would definitely be able to find them. However, he did not know how long it would take. Even if he found them, they would be few in number, and the price he would have to pay would not be low. Compared to buying them from others, Xiao Chun might as well come to the giant divine beast domain to search. The giant divine beast domain was known as the divine herb paradise, which meant that there were many divine herbs here. As long as an ordinary cultivator entered and dodged the attacks of the giant beasts, just these spirit herbs would be enough to raise their cultivation to star venerate or above. With so many spirit herbs, even if one chewed on them like a cow chewing on a peony without needing to refine any pill, it would be enough to push an ordinary cultivator to star venerate without any problems. Having so many divine herbs made one willful, one could raise one's cultivation by chewing on them all the way. However, doing so would be extremely wasteful. This was just an assumption. If one really did not know how to refine pills, one could do so. However, with so many divine herbs here, the corresponding giant beasts would also swallow them, and their cultivation would increase explosively. Hence, the cultivation of the giant beasts here was extremely startling. Any one of them would be at least Grandmaster Xing. Fortunately, the giant beasts were rather scattered. Unless there were special circumstances, they did not live in groups. They all spread out and occupied their own territories, not letting outsiders invade, including their own clansmen. This was the reason why Tianyan was attacked the moment he arrived. Since he happened to enter the territory of the giant beasts, naturally, they would attack him immediately. It looks like I have to look for a rank 4 Heavenly Star Divine Herb. Tianyan searched along the way, but this area definitely did not have it. A rank 4 Heavenly Star Spirit Herb could be found in the environment it grew in. It was not something that could grow in any random area. Hence, as long as one found the corresponding area, one would definitely find the divine herb. If one really did not understand, there was another way to find it through a mysterious phenomenon. Once a divine herb of this level matured, there would definitely be a mysterious phenomenon. It was just like when he picked the golden god grass or the 9 revolutions star grass a long time ago. When they ripened, they would release dazzling light. It would be difficult for others not to notice. While he was searching aimlessly, he heard the sounds of a fierce battle coming from the side. He narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction. Passing through the layers of trees, he quickly saw the situation in front of him. Over there, 6 cultivators were besieging a giant beast. This huge beast had the cultivation of a peak Master Xing, and its huge body kept colliding in all directions. The beast's cultivation level was not low, and its physique was also very strong. However, its intelligence was not high enough. Generally, one's attack method was a fierce collision or a fierce stomp. Apart from that, there were no other moves. However, such a move was enough to kill him. If he was hit lightly, he would definitely be heavily injured. If it was serious, he would directly explode. In particular, its defense was quite sturdy. It was not easy to break through it. Therefore, if they were to encounter a group of giant beasts, unless they had a heaven-defying cultivation, running away would be the wisest choice. Now, it was very obvious. There were 6 Star Masters surrounding the giant beast. Their cultivation levels were all around the middle stage, and there were 2 in the late stage. They relied on their more agile attack methods to continuously circle around the giant beast, leaving some sword marks on its body from time to time. However, these sword marks were quite shallow and not very deep. As the sword marks increased, the blood on the giant beast's body also increased. However, this completely enraged the giant beast. It roared crazily at them, and its eyes became red. Its speed and power suddenly increased by a level. Roar! The giant lion beast roared angrily and bit down on the cultivators beside it. These 6 cultivators had already expected that the giant lion beast would do this. They quickly dodged to the side. It is enraged. Find the right direction. One of the beautiful women floated to the side. Her cultivation level was the highest, and she was more experienced. Therefore, as the leader of this battle, she gave them the order. Yes. The other 5 cultivators quickly spread out, waiting for the giant lion beast's violent attack. Immediately after, the giant lion beast madly rushed forward. However, they were not surprised at all. Their extremely skilled movements allowed them to easily dodge. Immediately after, the giant lion beast madly rushed forward, knocking down countless giant trees in the surroundings. They did not attack. Instead, they dodged in all directions, allowing the giant lion beast to randomly hit them. As time passed, the giant lion beast's speed started to slow down. At the moment it slowed down, the woman who was the leader suddenly shouted, "Now!" The 6 cultivators quickly formed a sword formation and stabbed from all directions. They directly hit the giant lion beast's major weak points, its eyes, chest, abdomen, etc. These were the weaker points, so they could easily attack them. It was just that the giant lion beast was too vigilant before, so they could not attack. Now it was different. They attacked when the giant lion beast was exhausted. The effect was immediately seen. Basically, they hit their targets with one strike. With one look, it was obvious that this method had been used many times. Onion watched from the side and nodded thoughtfully. Looks like the cultivators here have gone through hellish training. They are quite good at dealing with giant beasts. Ever since he came to this world, he rarely saw giant beasts. Most of the giant beasts had been eradicated. Hence, unless they were in some dangerous places, it was rare to see them. On Planet Desolate Dragon and Planet Scarlet Moon, those cultivators definitely could not compare to this group of cultivators. This kind of combat technique must have gone through countless battles to become so proficient. In the Almighty Beast domain, there were still cultivators living there. No matter how harsh the place was, there were still cultivators. It was like Planet Desolate Dragon and Planet Scarlet Moon. Cultivators were everywhere, but there was still space for giant beasts to survive. Very quickly, the giant lion beast was killed. With a loud bang, the giant lion beast fell to the ground and could no longer move. Start picking spirit herbs. With an order, they immediately started picking spirit herbs nearby. The woman who was the leader put the corpse into her star ring. Everything was so smooth. Onion glanced around. The spirit herbs in this area were not bad. No wonder they chose to attack here. There were more spirit herbs in this area, and their levels were not low. Just as he was thinking about how to go out and greet them, he heard another wave of roars. Dong, dong, dong. A giant lion beast smashed through a row of giant trees and charged over. When it saw the bloodstains on the ground, it raised its head and roared in sorrow. It was obvious that it had lost its partner. Only then would it roar. Chapter 21:12. It's a giant lion beast. This giant lion beast has a companion. The female leader's face paled. They had never thought that they would be a pair. It just so happened that the 6 of them had split up to pick spirit herbs. It would take a while for them to gather here. It was not that they were too careless. Under normal circumstances, giant beasts lived alone. It was rare to see them living with their partners. Now that he had encountered it, he had to admit that he was really unlucky. Of the original 6 people, only 3 remained in the vicinity. The other 3 would need some time to rush over. Only when the 6 of them worked together to form a formation could they attack perfectly. Now that the 3 of them were gone, the significance was different. The grief-stricken giant lion beast had just arrived when it erupted with all its strength. The lion fur on its body stood up, turning into sharp blades as it charged towards them. "It's a sword lion!" Their faces turned even paler. This was a variant of the giant lion beast, and it was extremely difficult to deal with. It was much more difficult than the giant lion beast. Quickly form a formation. The woman in the lead quickly held her sword and floated to the side, quickly dodging the sword lion's attack. Roar! The sword lion beast smelled the scent of its partner from the leading lady and immediately charged towards her. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed. The 2 companions on the side quickly launched a fierce attack from the side, trying to attract the sword lion's attention. This method was the same as before, which was to constantly attract the opponent's attention and then attack continuously. However, the sword lion was completely enraged. It was attracted by the blood chi on the woman's body and did not care about the other attacks. It only wanted to swallow the woman. "It's over." The lady's face paled, and her eyes were filled with despair and indignation. They didn't expect that they would fall here. They had always been confident that even if they couldn't kill them, they would still be able to escape unscathed. Because of this, their team had always been crowned as the team that always won, which made them proud. However, they did not become complacent because of this. Instead, they remained vigilant, but in the end, there was still a loophole. He didn't expect to find a companion. They had been investigating this place for a long time, but they hadn't sensed their partner's aura. Now that he had suddenly appeared, they were really confused. They did not know how they could have made such a mistake. But the mistake was already a foregone conclusion, and no one could change the situation. Facing the tyrannical sword lion beasts, they had no way of resisting. No matter how he slashed, he couldn't stop it. Unless an even more powerful being came, it would be impossible to stop it. Just when they thought that everything was over, a figure flashed past and heavily kicked the sword lion's body. With a dong sound, the huge sword lion was sent flying like a ball. It continuously smashed through several giant trees before stopping. A large part of the sword lion's body caved in. It was like a deflated balloon, completely flattened. They looked over and were stunned by the scene in front of them. How did the sword lion suddenly fly out? It seemed like it was kicked. Who could be so strong? At this moment, a silhouette landed beside the woman, drawing their gazes over and finally landing on Itianyun. The one who helped was naturally Itianyun. Originally, he wanted to find a way to enter, but coincidentally, they were in danger. So he came to help. Coming over to rescue them was better than any other point of entry. After all, the sudden appearance of a person would definitely make them hostile. He also planned to follow them and head to the destination together. This would also save time and effort. Since it was his first time in the giant divine beast domain, he definitely needed to know the location and terrain of this place. Seeing that they were also cultivators, asking them for directions was undoubtedly the best choice. Or, following them to the gathering place, he would be able to obtain a lot of information. Now, it was simple. He directly saved them. No matter what, they would repay him, right? Just now you attacked. The woman looked at Tianyan in a daze, sizing him up. Her eyes were filled with horror. Who else do you think attacked? Tianyan looked at her and smiled faintly. At this time, the other cultivators had already rushed over. When they saw the sword lion beast lying on the ground and the caved-in area, they wondered how much strength was needed to do this. Thank you for your help. If not for your help, I would have really died in the mouth of the sword lion. The woman walked over and said gratefully, I am Mu Saibwa. How should I address you, friend? Tianyan. Tianyan said simply, So it's young master, E. May I know which tribe young master E is from? Mu Saibwa asked. I just came to the giant divine beast domain. I don't belong to any tribe. Tianyan answered truthfully. There was no need to hide anything from them. Anyway, he did not reveal any information. In this way, he could directly ask about the situation here. Impossible. The giant divine beast domain is not a place that can be casually entered, let alone casually leave. A male cultivator walked out and said sternly, Are you from the heavenly tiger tribe? Trying to sneak in. Is it important which tribe I am from? Is this how you treat your benefactor? Tianyan glanced at them indifferently and remembered the heavenly tiger tribe in his heart. It seemed that this place was not very united, and there would still be disputes. Young master, that's not what he meant. Mu Saibwa glared at her companion and said apologetically, We were just too vigilant. The cultivators of the heavenly tiger tribe often sneak into our tribe. It doesn't matter where young master E comes from. The main point is that you saved us. I think the heavenly tiger tribe will definitely not come to save us when they see us being attacked by the sword lion. The others were startled and thought about it. They all showed ashamed expressions. No matter what happened to Tianyan, at least he saved them. Moreover, the heavenly tiger tribe really would not take the risk to save them. It doesn't matter, it's human nature. Tianyan said indifferently, There is another reason why I came to help. Can you give me a general map? I'm not familiar with this place. Tianyan came to ask for the map. Whatever they thought had nothing to do with him. Young master, did you really come from outside? They still couldn't believe it. Yes, is there a problem? Tianyan said indifferently, I came in through some special means, not with your common sense theory. Special means? Mu Saibwa's eyes flashed with surprise and immediately said, Young master, can you come back to the tribe with us? We want to thank you. The map is easy to negotiate. There is a detailed map in the tribe. Chapter 21:13. Tianyan followed Mu Saibwa back to the tribe. Along the way, they walked very carefully, checking the surroundings to make sure there were no problems before continuing. Tianyan's cultivation was strong, but it was still very limited in their opinion. After all, he only revealed a portion of his strength, which gave them an illusion. That was, Tianyan was strong, but he was not invincible. At most, he was stronger than them by a bit. They estimated his cultivation to be at the peak of Star Master level or early stage Star Lord level. An early stage Star Lord level cultivator would not dare to act recklessly here. If they provoked a strong beast, they would not even have a chance to escape. Tianyan was not anxious at all. He let them do whatever they wanted, and he could see their methods. Under their investigation, The journey was safe and sound. Sometimes, when they passed by the territory of the beast, they would choose a safe path to leave. They were very familiar with everything, and it was obvious that they had done this many times before. As they walked, they quickly passed through the forest and arrived at another region. In front is the Light Moon tribe. Although I know young Master E will not cause trouble, I still hope that young Master E can behave. Every tribe has its own rules, and you must not break them. Mu Saibwa reminded him. Everything was just in case. If he really caused trouble, not only would Tianyun be in trouble, but they would also be in trouble. After all, they were the ones who brought Tianyun back. If anything happened, it would definitely be related to them. I understand this principle. I am just here to take the map. Although Tianyun was not a law-abiding person, he was not the kind of person who would cause trouble. Mu Saibwa nodded and immediately came in front of a huge tree. She stretched out her hand and knocked on the huge tree. After a while, the huge tree flashed with light, and a door of light appeared in front of them. Come in. Mu Saibwa led Tianyun into the door of light. Soon, everyone disappeared in front of them. After everyone entered, the door of light quickly disappeared. This was a small-scale teleportation circle. The real Light Moon tribe would naturally not be in this area, but in a safer area. If there was one place that was truly safe in this area, it would be underground. With a flash of light, they arrived at their destination. The first thing that caught his eyes were the uneven walls and the thick stone wall above his head. But now that it had been processed, it still looked relatively flat. This further proved that his guess was correct. They were indeed living underground. In this area, the underground was the only safe area. No matter how they arranged the other places, they would be the most dangerous. This was the playground of the giant beasts, and they could appear anywhere. Therefore, if one wanted to hide safely, they could only hide underground. If they were to gather together and form a city to resist the gigantic beast, that would be suicide. No matter how thick the city wall was, it could be smashed apart. No matter how sturdy the city wall was, it was meaningless, especially when they exposed themselves in front of so many giant beasts. One day, the giant divine beasts would send out a powerful giant beast that could trample them to death. Thus, in order to survive, he could only lower himself and hide underground. This was the last resort, unless they didn't want to live anymore. Who is he? As soon as they teleported in, the guard next to them sized up Tianyun with a stern gaze. They all knew Mu Saibwa, but Tianyun had never seen him before. When they saw a stranger, they immediately became vigilant. He saved us, and specially brought him back to thank us. Mu Saibwa explained. Saved you? The guard was startled. Mu Saibwa's team was still very famous, but now they were saved by someone. It was a little unbelievable. Yes, his identity is clean. He can't be from the Sky Tiger tribe. Mu Saibwa said, whether he's from the Sky Tiger tribe or not, it's not up to you to decide. The guard said sternly, please follow us here to investigate his identity. Young Master E, I'm very sorry, please cooperate. Mu Saibwa looked apologetic. Such a strict interrogation, Tianyun was not surprised. If it was a mortal enemy, it was indeed necessary to be more vigilant. Sometimes, just letting a wrong person in could harm the entire tribe. Tianyun nodded and did not resist anything. He followed the guard to the side. This is the stone tablet for testing bloodline. You just need to drip a drop of blood on it. The guard gestured. Tianyun did as he was told and dripped a drop of blood on the stone tablet. Soon, the stone tablet bloomed with a dazzling light. While everyone was shocked by the dazzling light, in the next second, with a bang, the stone tablet shattered into a pile of powder. Broken? They were all shocked. How could this testing stone tablet shatter? How is it? Tianyan saw this scene and found it funny. How could this kind of testing stone tablet accommodate his bloodline? His bloodline was the bloodline of the six-color emperor dragon. It was not something that ordinary testing stone tablets could withstand. Pass, pass. It's definitely not from the Sky Tiger tribe. The guard was stunned for a moment before he reacted. They did not know what was going on, but it was definitely not from the Sky Tiger tribe. If it was the Sky Tiger tribe, a giant tiger would appear. Tianyan didn't do anything, but the stone tablet was broken. There was only one possibility for this to happen, and that was that the stone tablet could not withstand the power of Tianyan's bloodline. If it was someone from the Sky Tiger tribe, it could definitely withstand it. Wait, who said he could pass? A discordant voice came from the side. A few figures walked over from the side. What is the meaning of this? Moot Saibu's face turned cold. When she saw the few people coming over, her face instantly sank. Nothing. If it can't be tested, then there's no need to test. Maybe there's a problem with the stone tablet. Why not change to another stone tablet? Yu said indifferently, don't think that you can casually bring people in just because you are the first squad. Everything has to be checked clearly before you can let them in. That is the rule. Shuoyu, you are clearly going against me. Isn't it just that when we fought against the giant dragon beast last time, we snatched it in the end? Aren't you guys too resentful? We are all from the same tribe. Is there a need to fight to this extent? Moot Saibu said sternly. Humph, that is one thing, and this is another. Yu did not admit it. As a man, he lost to a woman. How could he be willing to accept it? Now that he saw Moot Saibu casually bringing people in, he was definitely very unhappy and could not help but obstruct them. Tianyan, who was at the side, shook his head. The title of first place, no matter when it was always so attractive. Tianyan didn't expect this to happen to them. Chapter 21:14. As soon as Tianyan opened his mouth, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Misfortune? Yu said with a cold gaze. Misfortune means that he is guilty. There must be a problem. I just did not want you all from the same tribe to fight over this matter. I was just asking for directions in the first place. Tianyan said indifferently. What a good asking for directions in the first place. Are you not from this place? Why are you asking for directions? Yu vented his anger at Moot Saibu on Tianyan. Young master, I am very sorry for causing you such trouble. Give me some time. I will deal with this matter. Moot Saibu also felt angry in her heart. She had brought her benefactor back as a guest, yet she was stopped in all sorts of ways. This upset her. Immediately, Moot Saibu arrived before Yu and said sternly, Enough! You are not a guard here. This guard clearly said that there is no problem. Why are you interrupting? If you are capable, then come here and be a guard instead of messing around and interfering. You understand? When Moot Saibu flipped out, she was very ruthless. Yu was stunned by Moot Saibu's continuous scolding. He didn't have time to react. Before he could react, Moot Saibu turned around and said to Tianyan, You can go in now. Just ignore them. When the guards saw this scene, they did not say anything. It was not that they were careless. They had really tested it. If it were the Heavenly Tiger tribe, they would have immediately felt that aura. Tianyan had not tested it, but he did not sense the Heavenly Tiger tribe's aura. Hence, he did not test it. Being able to guard this place was not that simple. Every one of them was a star venerate. Guarding outside was not very eye-catching. Here, star venerates were needed. After all, to protect the entire tribe, experts were needed. Yu was only a Grandmaster Sheng. He was not qualified to be a guard. Damn it! Yu quickly chased after Moot Saibu. He said coldly, Mu Saibwa, one day I will snatch back this first rank. I'll be waiting. Mu Saibwa coldly snorted and ignored him. Yi Tianyun stood at the side and didn't say anything. It seemed that this Mu Saibwa was a domineering person. She acted decisively when she needed to. After passing through the long passageway and stepping out of the passageway, he saw a world filled with blue skies and white clouds. Yi Tianyun didn't need to guess to know that it was a small world. They were underground, but it didn't mean that they were living like primitive people. The environment was really terrible. There were flowers, plants, and trees here. Everything was similar to the outside world. This was life. Apart from that, there were many buildings here, and many cultivators came and went. Among them, there were even children playing and chasing each other. It was quite a pleasant scene. The outside world was filled with giant beasts. Living here was quite comfortable, as if they were isolated from the world. In reality, it was impossible for them to completely isolate themselves from the world. They had to go out frequently to investigate the situation, and they had to constantly search for elixirs to replenish themselves. Some even killed giant beasts and dragged them back for a delicious meal. Due to the abundance of resources here, the average cultivation level here was quite astonishing. There were more than 10 Star Lords. They hadn't seen any Star Venerables yet, but there were definitely some. As expected of the resource-rich giant divine beast territory, it's really easy to improve here. Yi Tianyun looked around. This area, which was called a tribe, didn't have many people, but most of them were elites. It would be a top faction on the desolate dragon planet. However, no matter how abundant the resources here were, they were all living on the edge of a knife. If they were careless, they would die. They all knew that, but they had never given up hope. They kept searching for elixirs. They believed that one day they would be able to occupy a region or leave this place. Many cultivators wanted to leave this place, just like the cultivators in the Green Demon's lair. They were all trapped underground and wanted to leave this place. However, they couldn't leave, so they were trapped here. Yi Tianyun couldn't take them away. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. The divine jade, token, could only let him pass alone. It was useless to keep it in his inner world. He couldn't go through this passageway. After all, there were so many strong cultivators. If he could bring them back, it would be a pleasant surprise. Of course, he wouldn't bring them back casually. If they weren't loyal enough, they would be a bunch of ingrates. It would be a waste of his resources, and he might even make a strong enemy. Welcome, Mr. E, to our Light Moon tribe. Moot Saibwa gestured. Come this way. I will introduce you to our tribe leader. He is the most familiar with the giant divine beast territory. He will definitely be able to help you. Sure, thank you. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Then, under Moot Saibwa's lead, they went straight to the area where the tribe leader lived. When they walked over, people around them looked at Yi Tianyun with strange eyes. Sister Mu, which tribe is he from? Go, go, go. Don't ask so many questions. Go and cultivate. Moot Saibwa smiled and greeted her fellow tribesmen. When some came to ask about his identity, she sent them away. She didn't want to say too much. She wasn't sure whether Yi Tianyun really came from the outside world, so she didn't want to publicize it. Soon, they arrived at the tribe leader's residence. There were several Star Venerables there, planning something. It seemed they were discussing something serious. However, the guard outside the door stopped them from going in. Tell the tribe leader that we've brought a distinguished person. He wants to see the tribe leader, Moot Saibwa said to the guard respectfully. The tribe leader is discussing something. He can't go in for now. The guard glanced at Yi Tianyun, but he didn't ask anything. Okay, we'll wait outside. Moot Saibwa turned her head and said to E. Tianyun, apologetically, "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. E. Can I show you around?" Okay. E. Tianyun didn't mind. He had enough time anyway. As long as she could provide him with detailed information, he could save a lot of time. It was much better than running around outside. Wait. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the house. Elder Jia Feilong came out. The eye on his forehead sized up E. Tianyun. "Strange. Your energy is quite unique. Which tribe are you from?" At this time, the others also came out and looked at E. Tianyun up and down. Chapter 21:15. Jia Feilong could see many things with his eyes. He also sensed an ominous energy fluctuation from E. Tianyun. So, he went to look for E. Tianyun directly without discussing the meeting. If it had happened outside, he could have ignored it, but it was in his tribe, so he had to go out and check it out. The ominous energy fluctuation gave him a sense of crisis. This sense of crisis was like facing a powerful giant divine beast. He felt helpless. "I don't belong to any tribe." Looking at Jia Feilong and the eye on his forehead, E. Tianyun found it interesting. Jia Feilong's tribe had the bloodline of the Cyclops. That was why he had an extra eye. This eye could see through everything, including his opponent's cultivation. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see through E. Tianyun's cultivation. He couldn't even see through his star Dharma idol. "You don't belong to any tribe? Are you a lone cultivator?" Squinting, Jia Feilong continued to size up E. Tianyun. A lone cultivator didn't belong to any tribe. He was a practitioner who often wandered around the whole giant divine beast's realm. He was a practitioner who lived close to the beasts. Those who could survive were all extraordinary existences. "No, I'm here to ask about the map. I heard from Miss Mu that the chieftain of the Shallow Moon tribe is very familiar with the giant divine beast's realm. I'm here to ask for directions and get a general understanding of the giant divine beast's realm." E. Tianyun explained his purpose. He had come here to ask about the map. "Xiao Mu, did you bring him back?" Next to him was the chieftain of the Shallow Moon tribe. He was the strongest person here, a star venerable in the middle stage. The people in front of them were the strongest people in the tribe. They were all star venerables and above. As for whether there were other star venerables, they didn't know. Patriarch Jana, he is our team's savior. If not for him, we would have died in the mouth of the sword lion long ago. Mu Saibwa hurriedly explained, giving a general description of what had happened. "So that's how it is. Little brother, it seems like you're quite strong, but do you know how valuable the map here is?" The Ghana chief looked at him with a smile. Hearing that E. Tianyun had saved Mu Saibwa and the others, he immediately had a good impression of him. The way Jia Feilong looked at E. Tianyun had changed, but he was still on guard. If he couldn't see through something, he would be on his guard. "Is it more important than Miss Mu's life?" E. Tianyun asked. "To put it bluntly, it is indeed more precious than young Mu's life. It is equivalent to a few galaxy-grade treasures. Moreover, it was divided into regions. If I sold a region, it would be equivalent to at least a few galaxy-grade treasures. If we sell them all, it would be equivalent to more than 10 galaxy-grade treasures." The Ghana patriarch looked at E. Tianyun and smiled. "Tell me, is this map precious or not?" The Ghana patriarch was not speaking nonsense. Every inch of the giant divine beast domain was filled with danger. If a detailed and accurate map was provided, the price would indeed be equivalent to a few galaxy-grade treasures. This was not an exaggeration. There were so many divine herbs here. Harvesting a few batches would naturally be equivalent to a galaxy-grade treasure. The most important thing was safety. With a detailed distribution, they could avoid many giant beasts and avoid entering dangerous situations. It could be said that the map was the most precious thing here. Asking casually would naturally not be given it. The Ghana patriarch's words did not make Mu Saibo feel sad. She knew the value of the map. It was much more precious than herself. Hence, she had brought Tianyun here to ask about it, holding on to a glimmer of hope. If it really didn't work, she would find another way. It is precious, but it can also be said to be not precious. Tianyun shook his head and said, "This thing is dead. In my opinion, it is not as precious as Miss Mu." Mu Saibo was stunned. She looked at Tianyun with her beautiful eyes sparkling. She had not expected Tianyun to say this. "What do you mean by that?" The Ghana patriarch did not feel unhappy. Instead, he wanted to hear what Tianyun had to say. "People are alive, but the map is dead. It is that simple. The map can be said to be very valuable, but it can also be said to be very worthless. That is for different cultivators." Tianyun said simply, "What a good worthless. If it's not valuable, then why are you looking for a map?" Shuyu appeared at the side and said sarcastically, "Ghana patriarch, his identity is unknown. When he tested the stone tablet, it did not show the star aspect. I suspect that he is from the heavenly tiger tribe." This Shuyu was really not willing to let Tianyun off. Originally, he only had a problem with Mu Saibo, but in his heart, he had shifted his target to Tianyun. After all, there was no problem with Mu Saibo, so he could not find any loopholes. He could only start from Tianyun. Tianyun glanced at him and stretched out his hand to slap him. Pa! Shuyu was directly sent flying. After rolling on the ground several times, his face was swollen and a few of his teeth were broken. "Junior, don't interrupt us. Don't you know how to respect your master?" Before, Tianyun could ignore him. But now it was different. He was talking to the Ghana patriarch, but now he ran over to interrupt them. This made him somewhat unhappy. A junior dared to interrupt them. Moreover, he repeatedly came to cause trouble. Mu Saibo was stunned. She did not expect that Tianyun would directly attack him. Although she hated Shuyu, it was not good to casually attack him. You dare to attack me." Shuyu jumped up and said angrily, "Father, he attacked me. I was just asking a normal question, but he attacked me. It is obvious that he is afraid I will expose him. So he is angry out of humiliation." An elder next to him also did not look good. He was Zhuoyu's father, Zhuoliang. He was also a star venerable. No wonder Zhuoyu was so arrogant. He had an elder as his father. How could he not be arrogant? "My friend, you helped Xiaomu, and I am grateful for that. But you attacked him casually. What do you mean by that?" Zhuoliang came forward with a cold look. "As I said, if a junior interrupts when an elder is talking, it shows that there is something wrong with his upbringing." Tianyun said calmly. "Elder? Are you an elder?" Zhuoliang said angrily, "Even we don't think there is anything wrong with it. How can you do that?" Because of this, Tianyun took a step forward and released his star venerable energy. Shuyu and the others were so shocked that their legs trembled. They had not expected Tianyun to be a star venerable. "Is this okay?" Tianyun looked calm. He had intended to be polite, but it seemed he could not be polite anymore. Someone had come to protect him. If this went on, they would be wasting their time here. Chapter 21:16. Tianyun didn't want to waste his breath. He directly displayed his strength to show that he was qualified to speak with them on equal terms. "This is indeed Zhuoyu's fault. He has no right to interrupt our conversation." The Ghana tribe leader spoke at this moment. He squinted at Tianyun. Tianyun's performance had indeed exceeded their expectations. Zhuoliang was stunned for a moment, but He didn't say anything. Juniors didn't have the right to interrupt a conversation between experts. Not to mention a slap, it would be normal for them to kill him. Even so, Zhuo Liang's eyes were filled with anger. Who would feel good when their own son was beaten? Ghana tribe leader, I don't want to say anything else. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I'm here purely for the map. I don't expect to exchange Miss Mu's kindness for the map. Yi Tianyan said calmly, state your conditions. As long as it's not too much, it's fine. You're right. The map can be very valuable, but it can also be said to be worthless. As time passes, other cultivators will find it. It's just that it will take more time. Cultivators are the most valuable. This is true. After all, humans are alive and have a brighter future. The Ghana tribe leader smiled faintly. It's just that we haven't reached that stage yet, right? We still have to repay young Mu's kindness. I can exchange it for one of the special maps and give it to you as repayment for saving my life. On the rough map here, one could easily find it, but that would be too rough. They were usually safer places, just a little deeper, and they would be gone. That was why he was suspected when he asked about the map. I'm not only here for the map. I also want to ask about the myriad emperor flower. You know where it is? Yi Tianyan asked. The myriad emperor flower was a divine medicine that could raise one's cultivation level. Myriad emperor flower? The Ghana tribe leader was puzzled. Why do you want the myriad emperor flower? It's very precious, and it's located in an extremely dangerous area. Even if your cultivation isn't bad, you'll probably die there. Thank you for the reminder, but I just want to find the 1,000 emperor flower. Chief Jia, can you give me a map of the corresponding area? Yi Tianyan stated his request. If it was possible, one map would be enough. You can, but this is a rather deep area. Even if you get it, you can't go there easily. If he wanted to go there, he would have to obtain all the other maps. Otherwise, if he were to barge in recklessly, he would basically die. No matter how powerful you are, if you run around randomly, you'll cause chaos. It's fine if you waste time, but if you attract the attention of the giant divine beast, you won't even know how you died. After saying that, the Ghana patriarch was very straightforward. He threw one of the wheel discs over and said, "This is one of the special maps. Take a look." After Yi Tianyan took it and checked it a little, it is indeed an area, but it is not big. However, there were many detailed areas marked on it, such as what dangers there were. These were not important. Yi Tianyan only wanted to know the terrain so that he could determine the corresponding area. All he could get his hands on was a small area. With a rough scan, he immediately knew that this area was where the 1,000 emperor flower grew. However, the surroundings were empty, and he did not know where to enter. This was like giving you a treasure map. There was nothing around it, so you drew a big cross on it. Trying to find a general area from the information on it was extremely difficult, unless one had been there before. Not bad. There are indeed 1,000 emperor flowers on it. Yi Tianyan nodded, feeling very satisfied. At least the Ghana tribe leader was very sincere. In this giant divine beast domain, I dare say that no one understands the giant divine beast domain better than me. Many tribes have to pay a huge price to obtain a map from me. The Ghana tribe leader was somewhat arrogant. He had been to too many places in this giant divine beast domain, so he had drawn a rough map. What about the other maps? What price do I have to pay to exchange for them? Yi Tianyan was quite interested. The 1,000 emperor flower was just a small test. He could still look for other divine medicines, which would be more suitable for his needs. The Ghana tribe leader narrowed his eyes as if he was planning something. It just so happens that we have a plan here. As long as you can help us complete it, we can give you the rest of the maps. The Ghana tribe leader smiled. Ghana tribe leader, Are you saying that you want him to join our plan? Zhuo Liang asked hurriedly. He was very unhappy with Yi Tianyun. If not for Yi Tianyun's cultivation being not weak, he would have really attacked him. Yes, Brother Yi's cultivation is not low. It just happens to meet our requirements. There is no problem in letting Brother Yi join our plan, the Ghana tribe leader said. But we are not familiar with him at all. What if he stabs us in the back? Zhuo Liang strongly objected. He did not have a good impression of Yi Tianyun. How could he let Yi Tianyun join so easily? He spoke so bluntly. If you want me to stab you in the back, you must have a reason to do so. Your plan must be to exterminate the giant beasts, right? If there is no conflict of interest, why stab me in the back? I only want the map now. I am not interested in anything else. Yi Tianyun did not mind Zhuo Liang's words. In any case, he would leave after getting the map. That is true, but do you have the ability to do it? The target we want to deal with is not simple. It is not as simple as you think. If we do not cooperate well, it will be extremely easy for us to fall into danger. Zhuo Liang still strongly objected. Then how can I prove that I have the ability to do it? Yi Tianyun looked indifferent. If it was not for the map, he could not be bothered with Zhuo Liang. Just now, he took a look at the map and knew that the situation was quite complicated. It was not something that could be figured out casually. The giant divine beast domain was much more complicated than the outside world. There were especially many dangerous places, and the terrain was also very complicated. If one was not careful, they would lose their way here. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was very strong, but he did not want to waste time here. Therefore, the fastest way now was to end the battle quickly and help the Ghana tribe leader and the others. Then get all the maps. Fight with me. As long as you can fight me to a draw or block my moves, you will be qualified. Zhuo Liang's face darkened. He finally revealed his true fox's tail. In the end, he just wanted to get back at him. His son was beaten up, so he definitely had to come out and vent his anger. Chapter 21:17. Zhuo Liang clearly wanted to take revenge for his son. If he couldn't win, Yi Tianyun could naturally join in. If he defeated Zhuo Liang, he would be able to vent his anger. At a glance, it was obvious that Zhuo Liang was the kind of cultivator who was extremely protective and full of grievances. This kind of cultivator was not rare, so Yi Tianyun was not surprised. Zhuo Liang's words made the Ghana patriarch and the others look at each other. Although they could see that Zhuo Liang wanted revenge, they had to admit that this was indeed a very good way to test. If the other party's strength was not bad, then they would have more assurance. At least they would have something to worry about. This suggestion is not bad. I wonder if Brother Yi is willing to give it a try. The Ghana patriarch also wanted to see Yi Tianyun's strength. This was the simplest and most brutal method. Even if Zhuo Liang did not do it, he would have done it. However, the meaning was different. Zhuo Liang obviously wanted revenge, and he was testing Yi Tianyun's strength. No matter what, they wanted to see Yi Tianyun's strength. It was not something that could be recognized just by releasing a little aura. The battle was ever-changing, and no one could say for sure. Therefore, testing one's combat strength was a sure thing. Yi Tianyun looked at Zhuo Liang indifferently and immediately nodded. Okay. For the map, he could only do this. Anyway, there was no harm in trying. As for Zhuo Liang wanting to beat him up, he would have to see if he had the ability to do so. Good. Zhuo Liang's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. Follow me. Zhuo Liang motioned for Yi Tianyun to follow him. There was a special arena here. If they were to fight here, the surrounding houses would be destroyed. Yi Tianyun flew over. The Ghana patriarch and the others also followed. My father is going to stand up for me. Zhuoyu covered his mouth, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly chased after them. Zhuoyu, you really have no magnanimity. If there is anything, you can come at me. Why go at young master? Mu Saibo followed and said sternly, What do you mean by charging at him? I'm just telling the truth. How can it not be dangerous to bring an unidentified outsider in? Zhuoyu sneered and said, In any case, let's see how his strength is later. Can he withstand 3 moves from my father? Zhuoyu was very confident in his father's strength. Even if he couldn't compare to the Ghana chief, he was still an elder in the Shallow Moon tribe. His strength could be ranked in the front. Zhuoyu, you really disappoint me. Mu Saibo was so angry that she stamped her feet, feeling a little ashamed in her heart. Originally, he had asked Yi Tianyan to come over to repay him. At the same time, he had also asked Yi Tianyan to find the map. But now, he was hated by Zhuo Liang. Soon, they arrived at the arena. In the arena, Yi Tianyan was already facing off against Zhuo Liang. The surrounding barriers began to rise to prevent any damage to the surroundings. 3 moves. If you can take 3 moves from me, I'll acknowledge your strength. Zhuo Liang extended 3 fingers and said, If you can take 3 moves from me, you'll be strong enough to complete this task. 3 moves? Yi Tianyan shook his head and said, It's a waste of time. Let's settle this in 1 move. Settle this in 1 move? How is that possible? Are you afraid you can't take my attack? Zhuo Liang said unhappily, No, I just don't want to waste time. Besides, I don't need 3 moves. I can settle this in 1 move, Yi Tianyan said calmly. He's scared. He doesn't dare take 3 moves, but only 1. What kind of star venerable is he? Zhuoyu happened to hear them as he flew over. Mu Saibo also happened to hear them. She was struck dumb at first, then she looked worried. Yi Tianyan, who was confronting Zhuo Liang, said calmly, I'll give your son 1 last chance. Doesn't he know the consequences of insulting a star venerable? Zhuo Liang's face fell. He shouted at Zhuoyu in anger, Shut up! Go back and face the wall for 100 years. If you sneak out in 100 years, I'll break your legs. It wasn't that Zhuo Liang was scared of Yi Tianyan. It was the truth. His son was too arrogant to say anything. How could Zhuo Liang not be angry? From the beginning, he knew that his son was in the wrong, but the thought of shielding his son made him unable to swallow this anger. If he wanted to beat his son, he should do it himself. How could Yi Tianyan beat him? Zhuoyu turned pale. He didn't want to be grounded for 100 years. It would be too boring. By the time he came out, he would be far behind the others. Father, go back now. You hear me? Yes, Zhuoyu pulled a long face. He had to turn around and leave. Zhuo Liang, didn't teach my son well. It's my fault. But although I didn't teach my son well, I won't let others teach my son. Zhuo Liang snorted coldly. His energy broke out. 3 moves. As long as you can take 3 moves from me, I'll admit your strength. Otherwise, please leave the Shallow Moon tribe. I'm not interested in disciplining your son at all. You just offended me. You can't pretend you didn't hear me, Yi Tianyan said calmly. Then, let's talk about strength. If you are stronger than me, it doesn't matter what you do to my son. Zhuo Liang said coldly, If you can't defeat me, just leave. Can we start now? Yi Tianyan still looked calm. Come on. 3 moves. Zhuo Liang gestured to Yi Tianyan to resist. It seems you misunderstood me. I meant if you can take 1 move from me, I'll admit defeat and leave, Yi Tianyan said calmly. Arrogant. Zhuo Liang was so angry that he laughed. Do you think you are a grand star venerable? You want to defeat me with 1 move. There are so many star venerables here, but none of them can defeat me with one move. Are you afraid? Etienne said calmly. Afraid? How is it possible? One move is fine. If you can't defeat me with one move, get lost. Zhuo Liang had intended to ask Etienne to stay and help him, but it seemed he was just arrogant. He was arrogant because he was strong. He couldn't keep such a person. The Ghana tribe's chieftain and the others were struck dumb. They hadn't expected Etienne to raise such an opinion. Wouldn't it be disadvantageous to Etienne? Alas, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's a good plan. It's good to have more helpers. But he is too arrogant. I don't dare ask him to help me. The Ghana tribe's chieftain shook his head. It seemed he didn't think Etienne was reliable. Only Jia Feilong's one. I was fixed on Etienne. He hadn't spoken since the beginning. He kept looking at Etienne, as if he was thinking about something. Okay, here we go. Etienne reminded him. Zhuo Liang nodded, but he didn't move. He thought he was ready to fight at any time. Chapter 21:18. A violent red color dyed the sky. It was as if the entire world was filled with red. When Zhuo Liang saw this scene, he was stunned. He felt a force that he couldn't resist rushing towards him. He wanted to activate his star manifestation, but it was too late. The flames suddenly condensed into a huge fist and heavily punched towards Zhuo Liang. Chaos Fire Fist. Etienne's fist smashed down. He didn't need any weapons, just his fist. Facing Zhuo Liang, whose cultivation was lower than his, he didn't need any weapons. His fist was enough. Boom! The fiery fist blasted Zhuo Liang away, and the flames that sputtered in all directions immediately struck the shield, causing it to expand to its maximum size. It almost blew the shield apart. If not for Etienne holding back, the protective shield would have exploded. Zhuo Yu didn't leave and was attracted by the explosion. When he turned his head, he saw that his father had been sent flying by a punch, and his body was shrouded in flames. Dad, Zhuo Yu was scared silly. In his opinion, his father had always been an invincible existence, but now he was sent flying? A moment later, the flames on Zhuo Liang's body disappeared. He slowly landed. His body was charred black, and he looked very wretched. Don't know if you still want to fight. Etienne said indifferently. He didn't use his full strength in this move. He only used a portion of his strength to beat Zhuo Liang into this state. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know the difference. The Ghana patriarch and the rest were shocked. They all knew the power contained in this punch. If Etienne didn't stop, Zhuo Liang would have died. This was really a one-hit kill. He wasn't bragging, nor was he arrogant. Etienne is just telling the truth, not making things up. I lost. Zhuo Liang coughed lightly and immediately cupped his fists. I was too arrogant and was blinded by anger. I apologize. Zhuo Liang apologized when he needed to. He was really straightforward. He was more protective, but in other aspects, he was a very good elder. Etienne nodded. He didn't care about anything. Why aren't you going back? Zhuo Liang glared at Zhuo Yu. Zhuo Yu hurriedly ran back. He didn't dare to look at Etienne again. His fear of Etienne deepened. He didn't expect that he had provoked such a powerful existence. Young Master E. No, Senior E is too powerful. Mu Saibo was stunned. She thought that Etienne was no match for Zhuo Liang, who knew that Zhuo Liang would be defeated in one move. Welcome, you have passed the test. You are suitable to join our plan. The Ghana patriarch walked over with a smile. He was very happy to have another expert join them. Well, I just want the map now. Etienne's expression is indifferent. He didn't say anything more. There is no need to be too friendly with them. He didn't feel good when he came in. He planned to leave after getting the map. He didn't want to stay here any longer. In any case, we have offended you before. Please forgive us. The Ghana patriarch was a little embarrassed. He also knew that he had given Etianyan a bad impression. When they wanted to continue, Jia Feilong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Brother E, your power is very unique. Is it a unique star aspect?" He looked for a long time and finally figured something out. Etianyan did not display his star aspect, but he seemed to have figured something out. "That's right. I have a unique star aspect," Etianyan said indifferently. There was nothing to hide. He would definitely display it in the battle later. "It really is a unique star aspect." "Heavens, I was right," Jia Feilong said in shock. "Unique star aspect." The others were stunned. They knew about unique star aspects, but they had never seen one. They didn't expect Etianyan to have unique star aspects. It should be the unique star Dharma power. Our testing stone tablet can only test unique star Dharma power and below. It's normal for the unique star Dharma power to explode as soon as it is tested. Jia Feilong smiled. "No wonder I couldn't see it. This power alone is enough for the plan." The other elders smiled awkwardly. They really hadn't thought about this. "The most important thing is that I feel a familiar aura. It is the aura of the dragon race. Does your star aspect have something to do with dragons?" Jia Feilong said hurriedly. "Can you let us see it? Could it be?" The Ghana patriarch's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. Etianyan saw Jia Feilong's eager eyes, and the other elders' expressions change. They seemed to care about something. Sure, Etianyan didn't refuse. He directly displayed the six-color Emperor Dragon's star aspect. The huge six-color Emperor Dragon's unique star aspect soared over the Light Moon tribe. When everyone saw the six-color Emperor Dragon, they all knelt down with respect in their eyes. Including Zhuo Liang and the Ghana patriarch, they all knelt down. "Yes, yes, Lord. Greetings, Lord." They knelt down excitedly, including Zhuo Liang. It was as if they had seen a god. Their eyes were full of respect. "What's going on?" Etianyan was stunned. Even if they had similar dragon bloodlines, there was no need to worship him like this. "Lord, we have finally waited for you," Jia Feilong said with a trembling voice. "You are the Lord we have been waiting for. The Lord who can lead the Light Moon tribe away." "Lead you away? I don't understand." Etianyan shook his head. He didn't know what they were talking about. "Lord, please come with us." Jia Feilong and the others stood up and stood next to him respectfully. Even though they were star venerables, they were like subordinates in front of Etianyan. They stood next to him with a respectful look. Zhuo Liang looked ashamed and regretful. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. Then Jia Feilong and the others led Etianyan to the temple. As soon as they entered, Etianyan saw a five-color Emperor Dragon carved in the center of the temple. That was right. A five-color Emperor Dragon was carved in the center. Although his was a six-color Emperor Dragon, it was essentially a five-color Emperor Dragon. There was no difference. Etianyan was struck dumb when he saw the five-color Emperor Dragon. Why was his unique star aspect here? "We are the descendants of the five-color Emperor Dragon. We have a thin five-color Emperor Dragon bloodline. You have the star aspect unique to the five-color Emperor Dragon. You are our Lord." Chapter 21:19. Zhuo Liang, who had been at odds with Etianyan, was now kneeling respectfully on the ground. The respect on his face was not fake, but real. This surprised Etianyan. He had not expected to see a descendant of the five-colored Emperor Dragon bloodline here. In fact, The star dharma above was not random. They all symbolized the existence of a race. No matter what star dharma it was, it represented a certain bloodline power to be able to attract it. If there was no bloodline at all, it would be impossible to attract the star dharma. This was like the green demon race. Every time they awakened their star dharma, it was always the heavenly demon star. The main reason was that their bloodline was related to these star dharma, so they could awaken these star dharma. Correspondingly, without the dragon race bloodline, it was impossible to awaken the star dharma related to the dragon race. This was not an exaggeration. Even a trace of the bloodline could awaken the corresponding star dharma. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to awaken it. Unless one obtained the corresponding bloodline through other means, there was no way to awaken the star dharma. For example, swallowing the bloodline of others and forcibly absorbing it would have some effect. Many bloodlines might not appear. It was possible that the bloodline had been passed down from the ancestors, and only a trace of it was present in this generation. Therefore, this trace of bloodline could not appear, let alone awaken the corresponding star dharma. Now, they all had the five-colored emperor dragon bloodline. Perhaps it was not strong, but they all had a little. Of course, even if they had a little, they would not be able to awaken the five-colored emperor dragon star dharma. Having the corresponding star dharma only meant that there was a chance, but it did not mean that they would definitely succeed. Especially the five-colored emperor dragon star dharma. That was a unique star dharma. If Yi Tianyun had it, then no matter how hard they worked, they would not be able to have it. However, the advantage of having the five-colored emperor dragon bloodline was that they could awaken the star dharma of the dragon race at will. The five-colored emperor dragon was the emperor of the dragons, which was equivalent to having the bloodline of the royal family. What dragon race bloodline could not be awakened? When Yi Tianyun, who had the five-colored emperor dragon star dharma, appeared, it was equivalent to their true king coming. How could they not worship him? Even if their cultivation was higher than Yi Tianyun's, they still had to worship him. Yi Tianyun felt that this was really incredible. When he had entered, he had swept his gaze over them, and indeed, he had not been able to see the five-colored emperor dragon's bloodline in their bodies. The main reason was that it was too thin. In addition, they had other star dharma forms, so they could not probe it carefully. Now that he examined them carefully, he could really detect the five-colored emperor dragon's bloodline in them. Some clansmen had more clansmen, while others had fewer. However, no matter who it was, they all had an extremely small amount of the bloodline. Even the Ghana patriarch only had a small amount. It was just that compared to the other clansmen, they were much more numerous. Sir, I didn't mean to offend you just now. I hope you can forgive me. Zhuo Liang kowtowed to Yi Tianyun 3 times. His forehead was swollen and blood was flowing out. Zhuo Liang, who had previously been so arrogant and protective of his own people, now kowtowed and admitted his mistake without any hesitation. It could be seen how much of a deterrent this was. Isn't this too exaggerated? This is the first time you've seen me, and you already treat me as your sir, leading you? Yi Tianyun felt that this was a bit of a show. The other party did not know what kind of character they had, and they just let him lead them. What if Yi Tianyun was a heinous person? Wouldn't that be messing around? This has always been the teachings of our ancestors. As long as we have the five-colored emperor dragon's star dharma forms, we will worship him as our king. All power will be handed over to you. The Ghana patriarch knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Our light moon tribe will be handed over to you. I hope you can lead us to the path of hope. If I do as I please, will you be willing to obey?" Yi Tianyun looked at them and asked, "Yes, as long as it is your command, we will obey." The Ghana patriarch said decisively, Then if I ask you to die, will you be willing to obey? Itianyan asked again. Yes, as long as you think it is reasonable, we will do it even if it means death. The Ghana patriarch added. They really did not have any choice. They completely obeyed Itianyan's instructions. It was not just the Ghana patriarch. Even Zhuo Liang, who had always refuted him, did not make a sound. Instead, he chose to agree. This was really strange. To be precise, it was really bloodline. As long as they had the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's star Dharma forms, they would have absolute control over them. This was really too decisive. If it was him, even if the other party was his great ancestor, if he did not know the situation, he really would not let the great ancestor lead them. This was because he did not know where the other party came from, what their thoughts were, or what their character was. What if they were sent to die? Or what would happen if the plan was wrong? Therefore, he would not hand his life over to others. He would completely control it himself. The Light Moon tribe was different. They had just met for the first time. Previously, they had been at daggers drawn. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had submitted to him. They really did not care about anything. You are really too decisive. This will cause the Light Moon tribe to be in danger, Yi Tianyan said in a low voice. No, you do not know. The reason why we trust you so much is mainly because you have the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's star Dharma forms. That means that you have courage, fearlessness, light, justice, selflessness. Only with these characters can you become the owner of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. The Ghana patriarch said in a confident tone. There is such a saying. Itianyan was a little surprised. It was really strange that there was such a saying as to choose characters. Perhaps he had been deified. Itianyan himself felt that he had nothing to do with these things. He had to admit that he was quite brave. However, when it came to being selfless, this was really hard to say. At least, he would not do especially evil things. Yes, the ancestral teachings say so. As long as you have the 5-colored Emperor Dragon's Dharma forms, you will definitely be such an existence. In that case, you are our trustworthy king. The Ghana patriarch said, solemnly, it was not only him. Everyone else thought the same. They really believed in their ancestral teachings. Ancestral teachings again. Itianyan suddenly felt a little speechless. They said everything was ancestral teachings. They really believed it. Chapter 21:20. Itianyan wanted to investigate the origin of the 5-colored Emperor Dragon. He had owned the 5-colored Emperor Dragon for a long time, but he did not know where it came from. There seemed to be information related to the 5-colored Emperor Dragon here, so he definitely wanted to take a look. Yes, sir, please come this way. The Ghana patriarch and the others got up and gestured for Itianyan to come this way. Itianyan followed. The Ghana patriarch and several elders followed behind Itianyan like old servants, respectfully. The rest of the clan stayed outside and could not come in at will. When Moot Saibo found out that Itianyan had the 5-colored Emperor Dragon Star Dharma, she was dumbfounded. She did not expect that the one who saved her was their king. This was simply too inconceivable. It felt like a dream. At the same time, Zhuoyu was being chased back, cursing and swearing all the way. He did not dare to scold in front of Itianyan, but he dared to say a few words behind his back. At this time, the news that Itianyan had the 5-colored Emperor Dragon Star Dharma came. When Zhuoyu heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he fainted. This was equivalent to offending their king. This was not a matter that could be resolved by confinement. He would be executed immediately. At that time, no matter how protective Zhuo Liang was, he would not be able to resist Yi Qianyun's orders. I regret it so much. This was what Zhuoyu was thinking before he fainted. Yi Tianyan did not think much about it. Zhuoyu was just a small character, and he could not be bothered to care about Zhuoyu's situation. A little beating would be enough. As for execution, he really did not think about it, especially now that Zhuo Liang was working so hard, even kowtowing. He had no reason to pursue it. His attention was now on the stone tablet that introduced the five-colored emperor dragon. The more he learned, the more surprised he was. The five-colored emperor dragon had a great background. It was one of the strongest in this world. The five-colored emperor dragon shouldered the responsibility of protecting this world and resisting the attacks of the giant beasts. The two of them looked quite similar. One was a gigantic beast, the other a dragon. Logically speaking, they should be relatives. In reality, this was not the case. Giant beasts especially liked to gnaw on beings with dragon bloodlines. It should be said that they liked to eat most of the more outstanding bloodlines. Thus, they had always been hostile to each other. As time passed, the two races gradually declined. No matter how strong an expert was, there would come a day when he would die. Along with the death of the great leaders, the war gradually calmed down, turning into the current situation. All the major races had them, and it could be said that 100 flowers were blooming. All of this was brought about by the five-colored emperor dragon. After fighting the giant beasts to the death, it brought about a short period of peace. Of course, this was meaningless. Now, no one remembered the peace brought by the five-colored emperor dragon. Actually, it wasn't that they were too heartless. It was just that they were scattered far apart, and with the passage of time, they would slowly forget about this matter. Unless they were very old, they would not remember these things. Along the way, Yi Tianyun had a general idea of what was going on. It was nothing more than the great achievements of the five-colored emperor dragon. If it wasn't for the five-colored emperor dragon, this world would not be so peaceful. Thus, the five-colored emperor dragon itself was the representative of light and justice. No wonder they all trusted Yi Tianyun to be able to get the five-colored emperor dragon's star dharma. He must be the type of savior. Under such circumstances, they naturally had complete trust in him. So that's how it is. After reading it, Yi Tianyun nodded thoughtfully. The information recorded here was not very detailed, but it allowed him to know what was going on. It was just that he was not very clear about the more detailed situation. For example, where the five-colored emperor dragon really came from, and where its hometown was, he really did not know. So, you are the descendants of a declined tribe? Yi Tianyun turned his head to look at the Ghana tribe leader and said, other than the Shallow Moon tribe, are there any other tribes with similar bloodlines? No, but in a sense, there are a few tribes that are indeed related to the five-colored emperor dragon bloodline. After all, they all have dragon bloodlines. The Ghana tribe leader said, you did not join forces. I guess they admit that they believe in the five-colored emperor dragon, but that does not mean they are willing to cooperate with you. Yi Tianyun guessed. It was so dangerous here. The more people, the safer it was. That way, they could resist more giant beasts. Now that they did not cooperate, it meant that they did not recognize the Shallow Moon tribe. So what if the Shallow Moon tribe had the five-colored emperor dragon bloodline? That was almost negligible and meaningless. In this place, the one with the bigger fist was still the hard truth. Tribes that did not recognize them were probably not weaker than them. Naturally, they would not cooperate with them. They would definitely not be willing to follow the Ghana tribe leader, who didn't work hard here. Bloodline wasn't the only thing that could lead them. Unless the bloodline was very strong, that was another matter. That is true. The Ghana tribe leader said, awkwardly, they have their own choices. We cannot force them. So, you have been living here all this time? Yi Tianyun changed the topic. Yes, we have been living here for a long time. Originally, this place was not under the management of the giant divine beasts, who knew that they would occupy it all at once. making it difficult for us to leave this area. Actually, it is not just us. Many other cultivators cannot leave this place. The Ghana tribe leader said angrily, "We can't leave even if we want to. We can't stay here peacefully either. Those giant beasts can smell our five-colored emperor dragon bloodline and will immediately come to devour us." The giant beasts' noses were very sensitive. They could still smell even the thinnest bloodline. Therefore, they would devour the five-colored emperor dragon bloodline first. As for the others, they would still devour them. If there were several bloodlines together, they would definitely devour the five-colored emperor dragon bloodline first. It is different now. The heavens have guided us here. He will definitely bring us out of this abyss of suffering. The Ghana tribe leader was excited. Back then, the five-colored emperor dragon could lead everyone away from being devoured by the giant beasts. Now, Itianyan could also bring them out of this abyss of suffering. Well, I really can't bring you out of this abyss of suffering. Itianyan shook his head and told the truth. He had relied on the divine jade token to enter. If he wanted to bring this group of people away, he would have to defeat the giant divine beasts first. Of course, he could still bring them away if he broke the verbal enforcement law. However, that would undoubtedly be equivalent to telling the giant divine beasts that they were going to escape. When that time came, Itianyan did not know if he could stop them. Chapter 21:21. Itianyan's words stunned them. Didn't he say that the heir of the five-colored emperor dragon could lead them away? Wasn't it too decisive to say that they could not leave? Lord, this we can take it slowly. I know it's not easy to leave this place, but we can take it slowly. The Ghana patriarch did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't it a bit demoralizing to refuse so readily? That's true, but I don't know anything about this place. I need to fully grasp the information in this area to make a good plan. Itianyan looked at them deeply and said, "So, after you go out with me, you will completely obey my orders?" "That's for sure. Lord is the existence that will lead us. No matter what orders you give us, we will do it." The Ghana patriarch and the others looked serious. Their words were full of determination. They were not just saying it casually. "Good. Since that's the case, give me some more time. First, I need to understand the overall map. Also, I need to understand the giant divine beast's forces in all aspects, especially the giant divine beast's cultivation. I need to know all these details." Itianyan would not fight a battle he was not confident in. Without understanding the details, it was really difficult to make a plan. He dared to kill the enemy before because he was alone, so he did not have to worry about this. Now, it was different. With a group of experts and a giant divine beast at the great star venerable level, it was different. This must be paid more attention, especially to the giant divine beasts. The giant divine beasts would certainly not let them go. They used to be enemies with the five-colored emperor dragon. Even if they let others leave, they would not let the Light Moon tribe leave. There is no problem with this map, but we don't really understand the giant divine beast's forces. The Ghana patriarch and the others were a little embarrassed. No one could completely penetrate into the giant divine beast's forces. It seems that this has to be done step by step. Coincidentally, I don't have much time. Itianyan frowned. He refused before mainly because he did not have much time. God knew when the Mu clan would send people over, so the plan here was not very easy to carry out. If they were busy here, what about his side? What he needed now was to improve his strength, not to save people. Saving them was not a problem. The Light Moon tribe had many strong warriors. If they could all be saved, their strength would increase greatly. However, the difficulty was not low. He would have to challenge the giant divine beast. But if the Mu clan came to kill him, he could only give up here and rush back to help. Compared to this side, his side was undoubtedly more important. We can take it slow. We have a lot of time. We've been trapped here for so many years, there's no need to rush. The Ghana patriarch hastily said. Tianyan glanced at them. There were only the patriarch and the two elders present. He then said, I know that you guys are definitely not in a hurry. There are some things that I have to say clearly. Otherwise, when it happens, you guys will think that I have abandoned you. I wasn't born in this world. I came from another world. As soon as these words came out, they immediately widened their eyes, and excited expressions appeared on their faces. They didn't expect Tianyun to come from the outside world. Didn't that mean he could bring them out? If Tianyun can come in, why can't he go out? Just not waiting for them to be happy, Tianyun added. Don't be too excited. I used a specific treasure to open a passage to come in. It just so happens that this treasure can only allow one person to pass through. Once I go back and forth, it will be completely broken. At that time, I won't even know the location of the giant divine beast domain, let alone save you. I came here to look for a divine medicine to break through. It's because my forces are facing a crisis. If I don't improve quickly, I'm afraid there will be danger. If I help here, and suddenly there is a crisis, you know what I will do, right? Tianyan has made it very clear that once his forces are in danger, he will rush back immediately. When that time comes, he won't be able to come back. The treasure can only be used once, unless Tianyan gets the divine jade tablet again. He won't be able to come back. After all, the location of the giant divine beast's domain was a mysterious area. He didn't know where it was at all. This Tianyun's series of words made them all dumbfounded. They didn't expect there to be such a thing. They all thought that Tianyun had always lived here, who knew that he actually used other treasures to come in from the outside world. This made them incomparably shocked. They never thought that there would be such a situation. You all roughly understand what I said earlier, right? If I don't have any concerns, I can stay here all the time. But not now. There are a lot of things that need to be done. I can't take care of this side. Tianyun said. They looked at each other and saw some shock in each other's eyes. So that's the case. No wonder Lord said there's no way to help us get out of the abyss of suffering. The Ghana patriarch and the others smiled bitterly. Previously, they thought that he could help them get out of the abyss of suffering. Now, it looks like it will be somewhat difficult. Of course, you don't have to be so pessimistic. I'm only saying that I will leave quickly on the premise that something happens over there. If nothing happens over there, then I can stay here forever. I'm just telling you in advance. Otherwise, if I don't show up one day, you'll think that I ran away. Tianyun was just making a statement in advance. I see. Thank you for the reminder, Lord. The Ghana patriarch and the others regained some smiles. No matter what, it was a good thing that they could continue to stay here. Then let's start with the plan. What was the plan you wanted to do before? Tianyan asked. No. We're not in a hurry. Lord, you came here to look for the 1,000 emperor flower, right? We'll accompany you to look for the 1,000 emperor flower. The Ghana patriarch said, I'm in a hurry, but I'm not that anxious. Let's talk about your situation first. You seem to be in a hurry as well. Tianyan saw that they were so enthusiastic and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Originally, he needed help to obtain the map. But now, he didn't need help to obtain the map. This really made him feel embarrassed. This is indeed a little urgent. How about this? After we finish this matter, we'll help Lord find the 1,000 emperor flower. What do you think? The Ghana patriarch discussed with the other elders. No objections. Jia Feilong and the others nodded. Then what do you want to do? Itianyan asked. Actually, it's related to the Heavenly Tiger tribe. The Ghana patriarch said solemnly, the Heavenly Tiger tribe stole our clan's treasure. We need to take it back in time. Chapter 21-22. No wonder the Light Moon tribe hated the Heavenly Tiger tribe so much. It turned out that their clan heirloom had been stolen. This was not a simple matter to solve. Your clan heirloom has been stolen. Isn't your defense a bit too lax? Itianyan felt very speechless. The clan heirloom was such an important thing. Logically speaking, it should have been carried by the patriarch. Now that it had been stolen, it could only be said that the Ghana patriarch was the problem. This is indeed our fault for being too lax. The main thing is that our clan heirloom treasures are placed in the shrine. At first, the Heavenly Tiger tribe had a good relationship with us. The last time we came over to discuss some matters, they secretly stole our clan heirloom treasures. The Ghana patriarch's eyes were filled with anger. He had kindly welcomed the Heavenly Tiger tribe over, but who knew that they would stab him in the back? This is indeed inhumane. Speaking of which, what is your clan heirloom treasure? Isn't it too casual to directly place it in the shrine? Itianyan asked doubtfully. It's roughly a rusty longsword. It's a weapon that our ancestors worshipped a long time ago. I heard that it was a weapon that was frequently used by a divine general under the five-colored emperor dragon. Because it was rusty and stained with all kinds of blood, the longsword was severely corroded and could not be used in the end. It just so happened that our ancestors picked it up. That's why we placed it here to worship. It became our clan heirloom treasure. The Ghana patriarch explained. So that's how it is. To put it bluntly, this is more of a spiritual symbol treasure. It's not the kind of treasure that can be used. Itianyan more or less understood what was going on. He thought it was the kind of peak treasure that could be used. Who knew that it was a kind of symbolic treasure? Yes, if it was the kind of treasure that could be used, we wouldn't have placed it here. We placed it here purely for the sake of worship. The altar above is used for worship. The Ghana patriarch pointed to the altar at the side. There happened to be a groove on the altar. It was the place where the long sword was inserted. It was just that it was empty now. There was nothing there. What's the point of snatching this from the Heavenly Tiger tribe? Itianyan was curious. I'm not sure about that. The weapon can't be used at all. Unless they find a way to restore the weapon to its original state, there's no point in stealing it. The Ghana patriarch frowned. But even if there's a way, I'm afraid the price they'll have to pay is about the same as building a new weapon. I don't think they necessarily want the saber to be restored to its original form. Or rather, what's the point of this saber? Itianyan thought for a while and guessed, for example, there might be some special meaning to deceive this divine general's descendants, or something else. I remember now, Zhuo Liang suddenly shouted in shock. I remember that it was recorded in a certain book that even the divine generals of the five-colored emperor dragon seemed to have corresponding ruins. That weapon might be able to open those ruins. There are such records? The Ghana patriarch asked doubtfully. There are such records, but the saber we worship might not necessarily be the key to open the ruins. It can only be said to be a guess, Zhuo Liang explained. That's possible. No matter what, let's take action now to prevent them from transferring the weapon. Itianyan touched his chin. Okay, let's take action now. The Ghana patriarch nodded. This was not only related to their dignity, but more importantly, they couldn't lose the treasure. Immediately, the Ghana patriarch looked at them and said, You two, who will stay? Naturally, they couldn't all move out. If they all moved out, there really wouldn't be a single expert to hold down the fort. The Ghana patriarch had previously asked Itianyan to help out because of this point. With one more person to help, they could feel at ease leaving an elder to stay. I'll stay. Zhuo Liang volunteered to stay. My combat power is relatively low. You guys can go. Okay, then Elder Zhuo will stay. We'll go directly. The Ghana Patriarch looked at Yi Tianyan and said, Sir, can we go now? Yes, let's go now. Yi Tianyan nodded. Okay. After the Ghana Patriarch finished explaining the matter, he immediately brought Yi Tianyan and Jia Feilong to the Heavenly Tiger Tribe. The Heavenly Tiger Tribe was the same as the Shallow Moon Tribe. They were both strong tribes. It was impossible for the two to fight head-on. It would only cause both sides to suffer, and the giant beasts would take advantage of it. As for asking the Heavenly Tiger Tribe to return it, it was impossible. The Ghana Patriarch had already tried to communicate with them, but it was useless. Since the Heavenly Tiger Tribe had done such a thing, they didn't intend to reconcile with the Shallow Moon Tribe. Therefore, they could only sneak into the Heavenly Tiger Tribe to take back their treasure. This plan was very difficult. Since the Heavenly Tiger Tribe had stolen it, they would definitely carry it with them or use it to do something. It was impossible to take it back easily. This was different from the Shallow Moon Tribe. The Shallow Moon Tribe just simply left it there without any precautions. To put it bluntly, this weapon was just a piece of scrap iron. Who would think that it would be stolen? The Heavenly Tiger Tribe is not far from us. They will definitely be on guard, so we plan to sneak in from the side. The Ghana Patriarch explained. Sneak in from the side? Yi Tianyan asked. Yes, I've been to the Heavenly Tiger Tribe several times. I'm quite familiar with parts of the Heavenly Tiger Tribe. I know how to break through and enter their world. The Ghana Patriarch said solemnly, it's just that after sneaking in, it will be more troublesome to get the things we need. First of all, we don't know who has the weapon. It might be in the hands of the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, or it might be in the hands of the other elders. However, let's sneak in and see the situation first. The Ghana Patriarch's expression was solemn. This was not a matter that could be solved easily. Ghana Patriarch, you're saying that the weapon might be in the hands of the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, right? Yi Tianyan said with narrowed eyes. Yes, what's the matter? The Ghana Patriarch asked doubtfully. Then isn't it fine? We just need to kill our way in and capture the Heavenly Tiger Tribe. There's no need to waste so much time. There's no need to sneak in or search. If we capture the Heavenly Tiger Tribe, I don't believe that they won't return it to us. Yi Tianyan's gaze was sharp. He did not want to waste any time. The Ghana Patriarch, and the others were stunned. They never thought that Yi Tianyan would be so simple and crude. Chapter 21-23. Your Excellency, this is a good plan, but isn't it too difficult? Although the Heavenly Tiger Tribe is weaker than us, it isn't too bad. If we charge in directly, won't we be surrounded by the enemy? The Ghana tribe's patriarch was shocked. He had never expected Yi Tianyan to make such a suggestion. Wouldn't it put them in danger? No, the three of us can deal with the Heavenly Tiger Tribe easily. Yi Tianyan looked calm. It didn't seem like he was joking at all. He really wanted to do this. He wasn't acting rashly. His cultivation was close to the level of a Grand Star Venerable when he used his full power. Although he hadn't reached the level of a Grand Star Venerable yet, dealing with those Star Venerables was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. However, even though he thought this way, it didn't mean the Ghana tribe's patriarch, and the others thought the same. Isn't this too difficult? The Ghana tribe's patriarch was still in shock. Jia Feilong, who was next to him, was also shocked, speechless. If they followed Yi Tianyan's plan, wouldn't the plan they had painstakingly thought up be in vain? Breaking into the inner world and sneaking in and waiting for an opportunity, they didn't need to do that at all. They could charge through the front gate directly. This was domineering enough. Didn't you say you would follow my orders? You won't listen to me now." Eteonian glanced at them calmly. Were they talking nonsense? No, that's impossible. We just felt that the plan was different from what we had imagined. If Your Excellency wants to do this, we will obey unconditionally. The Ghana tribe's patriarch and the others became serious. They completely obeyed Etienne's orders. Very well, then we will break through the front gate. Now, you guys guard me. I will be the main attacker. Etienne ordered. No problem. The Ghana tribe's patriarch and the others were still worried. However, since Etienne had said so, they could only obey. Led by the Ghana tribe's patriarch, they quickly reached the entrance of the Heavenly Tiger tribe. It was still a forest. The layout was similar to that of the Light Moon tribe. They both needed to enter through the teleportation formation. It was impossible to build it outside. We're here. This is the place. It's basically impossible to enter through the teleportation array. They know that we're not on their side, so they won't open this door. The Ghana patriarch's eyes flashed. However, I can forcefully break the transmission array's mechanism and make it open to us. All right, let the Ghana tribe leader do it, Etienne said. The Ghana patriarch nodded and quickly found the teleportation array and began to modify it. His level is quite high, reaching 4th level Star Rune Master, which is 1 level higher than Etienne. Under his efforts, the teleportation formation quickly began to be altered. It was difficult, but without interference, it could still be broken. After a short while, the teleportation formation was completely modified. The Ghana tribe's patriarch stood up hurriedly and said, "It's done. Let's go in quickly. Otherwise, if they sense us, they will cut off the transmission point there. By then, the transmission array here will lose its effect." Etienne nodded and stepped into the transmission array. Then, the 3 of them quickly disappeared. They were teleported into the Heavenly Tiger tribe. In the next second, they appeared inside the Heavenly Tiger tribe. As soon as they appeared, the Heavenly Tiger tribe's guards recognized them and said sternly, "It's the Ghana tribe's patriarch." The guards were stunned. They hadn't expected that the Ghana tribe's patriarch would attack them. Moreover, he had broken the transmission array, which they hadn't sensed at all. They had to admit that the Ghana tribe's patriarch was quite capable. Get lost. The Ghana tribe's patriarch flew into a rage when he saw them. He swung his hand and sent the guards flying. They were all heavily injured and fainted. Although the guards were Star Venerables, how could they bear the anger of a Star Venerable? After sending the guards flying, the Ghana tribe's patriarch quickly started to modify the transmission array to prevent it from being cut off. This was their escape route, so he obviously had to preserve it. Otherwise, if it was cut off, it would be difficult for them to leave easily. Ghana tribe's patriarch, do you plan to use violence to deal with it, or do you plan to be a bit more gentle? Etienne asked. It's better not to use violence. Although the Heavenly Tiger tribe did this, they didn't have any conflict with us. Moreover, we still have a bloodline connection with them. The Ghana tribe's patriarch still had some hope for the Heavenly Tiger tribe, so he didn't use violence. Fine, we don't have to go through so much trouble. We will go in directly. Unless they are blind and try to stop us, they will obediently send us out. Etienne raised his foot and walked forward. The Ghana tribe's patriarch took a look at the transmission array and could only follow him quickly. Since Etienne had already said so, they could only follow him. As they went deeper, they were once again seen by the guards. When they recognized the Ghana tribe's patriarch and his people, they shouted loudly, "Hurry up! Inform the Heavenly Tiger tribe's patriarch, the Ghana tribe's patriarch, and his people have come in by force." Etienne didn't pay attention to their message. Instead, he took several steps forward and slapped the guard with the back of his hand. He knocked the guard out. After following them out of the tunnel, many figures quickly flew over from the front. They were the elders of the Heavenly Tiger Tribe. They flew over as soon as they got the news. They had planned this in advance. If anything dangerous happened, they would fly over immediately to protect the tribe. However, they had designed it purely to protect the giant beasts. Now, it was their former ally who had come over. Ghana Tribe's patriarch, what do you mean by barging into the Heavenly Tiger Tribe? A strong man with tiger tattoos all over his body fell from the air. Judging by his aura, he should be the Heavenly Tiger Tribe's patriarch. There were 2 elders behind him, and both of them were star venerables. In terms of strong people, they weren't much weaker than the Light Moon Tribe. Heavenly Tiger Tribe's patriarch, why are you asking when you already know the answer? We came here to take back the Divine General's long moon azure dragon knife. The Ghana Tribe's patriarch said in a stern voice, "It belongs to us. Why did you take it away?" What a joke. The long moon azure dragon knife has always been ours, but you took it for yourself. We are just returning it to its rightful owner. The Heavenly Tiger Tribe's patriarch said in a deep voice, "If you leave now, I won't hold you responsible for barging into the Heavenly Tiger Tribe today. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Only 3 people came in. How daring! Ghana Tribe's patriarch, as far as I know, you aren't such a reckless person. Today is really different. Chapter 21-24. The Heavenly Tiger Patriarch saw the Ghana Patriarch bring 2 people in, one of whom was an unfamiliar face. This didn't matter. The main thing was that he felt it was a bit strange. Logically speaking, the Ghana Patriarch would definitely have all kinds of rigorous plans. It was definitely a sneak attack, not a frontal attack. A frontal attack was undoubtedly the behavior of a fool. It was equivalent to suicide. You don't need to care about this. Hurry up and take out the long moon azure dragon saber. Our shallow moon tribe won't pursue any responsibility. The Ghana Patriarch wasn't very angry because the Heavenly Tiger Tribe didn't cause any harm to them. The Heavenly Tiger Tribe only stole the long moon azure dragon saber and didn't do anything else. They also didn't harm the shallow moon tribe's clansmen. Therefore, they didn't completely go berserk. If many clansmen died, then he wouldn't be speaking so politely here. I said, the long moon azure dragon saber belongs to our Heavenly Tiger Tribe. The long moon azure dragon saber belongs to Azure Tiger Divine General. We have Azure Tiger Divine General's bloodline, so it naturally belongs to us. The Heaven Tiger Patriarch said solemnly, "You occupied it for so long. It's already very good that we don't pursue responsibility." What a joke. So what if it's Azure Tiger Divine General? He's essentially Lord 5-Colored Monarch Dragon's subordinate. He also belongs to us. The Ghana Patriarch said sternly, "Bullshit." The Heaven Tiger Patriarch couldn't help cursing. He said angrily, "Azure Tiger Divine General is indeed 5-Colored Monarch Dragon's subordinate, but Azure Tiger Divine General is our ancestor. Shouldn't our ancestors' belongings be safeguarded by us?" The Heaven Tiger Patriarch spoke eloquently. There really was such a thing. Even so, you just didn't ask and directly stole the long moon azure dragon saber? Is the relationship between our 2 tribes that bad? The Ghana Patriarch was extremely dissatisfied. What a joke. If we really asked, would you give it to us? Don't you know who this long moon azure dragon saber belongs to? You definitely know. It's just that you don't want to return it to us. You plan to keep it as your tribe's protection treasure. The Heaven Tiger Patriarch said sternly. The Ghana Patriarch was silent. He really didn't want to return it to them. This had always been the symbol of their shallow moon tribe. How could he give it to the Heavenly Tiger Tribe? Can't say anything? I told you that it was impossible for you to give it to us. Heavenly Tiger Patriarch said sternly, "But why did you wait so long before doing this? Is there some kind of secret?" Eteonion suddenly interrupted and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm talking to the chief of the Ghana tribe." "What are you interrupting for?" Sky Tiger Lord was extremely unhappy being interrupted by Eteonion. He naturally felt extremely unhappy. This was a conversation between Lord S. How could he feel comfortable being interrupted by a nameless brat? He did not know who Eteonion was, but he was sure that it was not important. After all, the Ghana tribe leader was already the tribe leader. Who else could surpass him? "Heavenly Tiger Patriarch, don't be rude to His Excellency." Ghana Patriarch shouted, "My lord." "You actually addressed him as Lord?" Sky Tiger Patriarch looked at Eteonion in shock. After sizing him up, he asked doubtfully, "Patriarch what do you mean? Why did you call him Lord? Could it be that he came from some tribe? But even if he came from another tribe, his status would at most be similar to yours. Why would you call him Lord? Could it be that your Shallow Moon tribe has already defected to another tribe? How is that possible? He is the inheritor of the five-colored Emperor Dragon. Even you have to address him as Lord." Ghana Patriarch shouted, "Five-colored Emperor Dragon's inheritor? Are you joking with me? I'm the inheritor of the five-colored Emperor Dragon." Sky Tiger Patriarch laughed loudly. He felt that the news was very unbelievable. As soon as he finished speaking, Eteonion did not waste any more words. The six-colored Emperor Dragon's Star Dharma idol erupted. A terrifying pressure immediately enveloped the entire area. Sky Tiger Patriarch, who had just mocked Eteonion, was immediately stunned. It's really the five-colored Emperor Dragon's inheritor. Not to mention him, even the others were stunned. However, they did not choose to kneel down. They were not like the Ghana Patriarch and the others. They only belonged to the side branches. They respected the five-colored Emperor Dragon very much, but not to the extent of directly kneeling down. After all, for so many years, they only worshipped their ancestors and not the five-colored Emperor Dragon. Although they did not mainly worship the five-colored Emperor Dragon, when the inheritor actually appeared, they were still stunned. "I wonder if I can mediate the relationship between your two tribes." Eteonion's expression was indifferent. He hoped that the relationship between the two tribes could be easily resolved. There was no need to fight or force anything. "No, even if you have the five-colored Emperor Dragon's bloodline, it has nothing to do with us. We only worship Lord Green Tiger Divine General." Sky Tiger Patriarch quickly calmed down and directly rejected Eteonion's proposal. "Oh, looks like I can only use force." Eteonion stepped forward. It seemed that he could only choose to use force in the end. "Lord, even if you are the five-colored Emperor Dragon's inheritor, you can't be so forceful. This originally belonged to us. Is there a problem with us taking it back?" Sky Tiger Patriarch was very dissatisfied. "If you really want to use force, we can only accompany you to the end. As long as you can defeat us, we will hand over the Long Moon Azure Dragon Saber with both hands." Sky Tiger Patriarch's tone softened. He even used the word Lord for Eteonion, indicating that he still had a certain level of respect. "Defeat you?" Eteonion swept a glance and said indifferently, "Can we start now?" Ghana Patriarch and the rest were stunned. They did not think that he would really use force. "Sure, then let us see exactly what kind of ability the inheritor of the five-colored Emperor Dragon has." The eyes of the Sky Tiger clan leader turned cold. Since the other party wanted to use force, then they would accompany him at any time. If he wanted them to submit, then he must have absolute power. As soon as he finished speaking, Eteonion's aura instantly exploded. The six-colored Emperor Dragon's star idol soared into the sky. At the same time, crazy mode and so on smashed out. If he wanted to suppress them, then he had to suppress them with full force. Only then could he make them completely submit. Since Sky Tiger Tribe was a branch, then they were definitely on the same side. He had to take them in and definitely could not let them go. After exploding out again, Eteonyon directly pounced forward. His huge body pressed down heavily towards Sky Tiger Patriarch. It's not that simple. Sky Tiger Patriarch roared and transformed into a huge tiger. Above his head, 20 cubic meters of star power appeared. But as soon as the Heavenly Tiger Patriarch's star power erupted, Eteonyon immediately devoured a large chunk of it. Not only did the Heavenly Tiger Patriarch not become stronger, but Eteonyon also became stronger. Suppress. Chapter 21-25. After Eteonyon erupted, he suppressed the Heavenly Tiger Tribe's chief until he could not move. Every time the Heavenly Tiger Tribe's chief tried to get up, he was suppressed by Eteonyon and could not move. I'm asking you, will you submit or not? Eteonyon's words were simple and crude. If he wanted to use force, he would use force. He suppressed the Heavenly Tiger Tribe's chief until he could not breathe. I don't accept this. The Heavenly Tiger Tribe's chief roared furiously. He tried to get up, but he could not get up no matter how hard he tried. The two elders beside him quickly turned into the true form of the white tiger and pounced at Eteonyon. They did not want to watch their tribe's chief get suppressed. Hence, they both erupted with power and tried to send Eteonyon flying. Don't even think about it. The Ghana tribe's chief and the others naturally would not stand by and watch. When they were about to turn into their true form, Eteonyon swung his tail and sent the two elders flying. That's all you got? You're still too weak. Eteonyon said coldly as he looked down at them from the sky. The Heavenly Tiger Tribe's clansmen were stunned. Their tribe's chief was being stepped on by Eteonyon, and the two elders were sent flying. Their power was not worth mentioning at all. The Ghana tribe's chief, who wanted to help, froze on the spot. It looked like they did not need help at all. Eteonyon could handle it. No wonder the Lord said to charge in from the main gate. Who can stop him with such power? The Ghana tribe's chief and the others were dumbfounded. They finally understood what Eteonyon meant. Eteonyon could really suppress the Heavenly Tiger Tribe. His power far surpassed their level. He was close to the level of a great star, venerable. If elders were to see this, he would realize that the previous test of strength was a bit overconfident. Even if he isn't the successor of the five-colored Emperor Dragon, he still possesses great strength. Jia, Phylong smiled wryly. When he thought of what they had done earlier, he blushed. It was a joke to test an expert who was much stronger than them. Do you submit or not? Eteonyon said harshly. Heavenly Tiger Patriarch gritted his teeth, unable to exert any strength at all. However, even if he used his full strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Eteonyon. Because the gap between them was clear, he did not use all of his strength. He believed that Eteonyon did not use all of his strength either. Moreover, Eteonyon was the inheritor of the five-colored Emperor Dragon. There was no need for him to fight to the death. I am willing to submit. In the end, the Heavenly Tiger Patriarch still chose to submit. Eteonyon had displayed powerful strength, so how could he not submit? As mentioned before, as long as you defeat them, they will choose to submit. Now that they had been easily defeated, they had no choice but to submit. After submitting, the Heavenly Tiger Clan's clan chief returned to his original appearance, a depressed expression on his face. He had thought that he could defeat the five-colored Emperor Dragon's inheritor. Now, it seemed that they were not on the same level at all. The other two elders flew over once more. They were simply flung out and didn't suffer any serious injuries. Tianyan originally wouldn't be too harsh on them. He just simply flung them out. The Ghana chief and the rest also flew over. They didn't think that it would end so quickly. In just a few moments, it was over. There really wasn't any pressure at all. It was like it had just started and it ended. Heavenly Tiger Patriarch, can you hand over the long moon azure dragon blade now? The Ghana chief said solemnly. Now that they could finally ask for the long moon azure dragon blade back, Heavenly Tiger Patriarch shouldn't refuse, right? No. The Heavenly Tiger Patriarch gritted his teeth and still refused. No. The Ghana chief frowned and said, could it be that Heavenly Tiger Patriarch, are you going to go back on your words? Before this, we already agreed that as long as we win, we will hand over the long moon azure dragon blade. No, I won't hand it over. You can take away other things. Only the long moon azure dragon blade can't be given to you. The Heavenly Tiger Patriarch still refused. Heavenly Tiger Patriarch, it seems like we have to take it by force. The Ghana chief and the rest were somewhat angry. After talking for so long, they were still unwilling to hand it over. Could it be that they really had to force it? Wait a moment. Tianyan extended his hand to signal the Ghana chief, and the rest not to be impulsive. He stared at the Heavenly Tiger Patriarch and said solemnly, Heavenly Tiger Patriarch, I think you are definitely not the kind of person who goes back on his words. Could it be that there is something difficult to say? Tianyan smelled an unusual aura. After thinking about it carefully, the long moon azure dragon blade should have been snatched away long ago. However, they stole it so late at night. It was somewhat unnatural. The Heavenly Tiger Patriarch did not explain and chose to keep his mouth shut. At this time, the Ghana chief and the rest also felt an unusual aura, as if there really was such a thing. They had always been brother tribes, so they wouldn't cause any trouble. Everything was very sudden. No one knew what had happened, and the long moon azure dragon blade was stolen. Heavenly Tiger Patriarch, is there really something? The Ghana chief and the rest quickly walked over and stared at the Heavenly Tiger Patriarch and said, if there's anything, tell us. Don't hide it yourself. All along, our two tribes have been supporting each other. Could it be that you sensed something from the long moon azure dragon blade? That's right, Heavenly Tiger Patriarch. We used to drink together often. Could it be that this friendship is broken so easily? Jia Feilong also came over and said. The Heavenly Tiger Patriarch was still unwilling to say. He still braced himself and refused to say a single word. Heavenly Tiger Patriarch, if you don't say it, then I'll forcefully take away the long moon azure dragon blade. Tianyan squinted at him from the side, wanting to see something from the Heavenly Tiger Patriarch's face. The Heavenly Tiger Patriarch knew that if Tianyan forcefully took it away, they would definitely not be able to defend it. Heavenly Tiger Patriarch, it's better to say it out. We believe that with Lord here, we will definitely be able to defend it. The elder at the side sighed and signaled the Heavenly Tiger Patriarch to speak. If I hand it over to you, you will be in danger. The Heavenly Tiger Patriarch said solemnly, this long moon azure dragon blade has a strange phenomenon. I'll bring you over. They looked at each other and followed the Heavenly Tiger Patriarch over. The Heavenly Tiger Patriarch brought them to the divine temple. This was the Heavenly Tiger tribe's divine temple. There were all kinds of patterns carved inside. Among them, the pattern of the five-colored emperor dragon was the most conspicuous. It was placed in the center area. This meant that they were also extremely respectful to the five-colored emperor dragon. As the descendants of divine General Azure Tiger, they would definitely uphold the heavy responsibility of guarding. The long moon azure dragon blade was placed in the center area, but now it was emitting a faint luster. It looked very strange. I heard the ancestors say that once the long moon azure dragon blade emits this kind of light, it means that there will be danger. The heavenly tiger patriarch said solemnly, chapter 21:26, Danger? What danger? Jia tribe leader, and the rest asked anxiously. The long moon green dragon saber may not have much power left, but it still has its own spirituality. It has killed countless giant beasts, so it will naturally be stained with the blood of the giant beasts. Through the blood, it can sense the invasion of the giant beasts. Sky Tiger Tribe leader said, This means that the giant beasts are likely to attack. Actually, the long moon green dragon saber has another ability, which is to open the war treasure vault of our ancestors. There is a series of arrays inside that can be used to deal with the giant beasts, but we don't know how to open it, and we don't know where it is. From this light, it is very likely that the giant beasts are coming for the long moon green dragon saber. They want to take the long moon green dragon saber, open the war treasure vault, and use our ancestors' treasures to deal with us. Sky Tiger Tribe leader said seriously, So if you continue to hold on to the long moon green dragon saber, you will definitely be attacked. Sky Tiger Tribe, as the descendants of Green Tiger Divine General, naturally has to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the five-colored dragon Emperor bloodline. But now that you have found out, I thought that we would be able to hold on Sky Tiger Tribe leader's side deeply. He thought that the plan was perfect. This way, Sky Tiger Tribe would be able to fight against the giant beasts alone. This Jia tribe leader and the rest looked at each other and saw shame in each other's eyes. They thought that Sky Tiger Tribe leader really came back with the long moon green dragon saber, but his real purpose was to protect Sky Moon Tribe. Sky Tiger Tribe leader, we are really ashamed. We thought that you, Jia Tribe leader, and the rest were filled with regret. They thought that Sky Tiger Tribe leader stole the long moon green dragon saber, but who knew that he was protecting them? They had never thought of this, and mistakenly thought that Sky Tiger Tribe leader had betrayed them. Luckily, they did not go on a killing spree and fight Sky Tiger Tribe leader. Otherwise, they would really regret it. You don't have to say these words of regret. Now, let's talk about how to solve this problem. Tianyun said seriously, It seems that danger is getting closer. Tianyun pointed at the long moon green dragon saber in front. At this moment, the long moon green dragon saber was glaring light, which meant that something serious was about to happen. If they were still nagging, then there would be no way to solve the problem. That's right, we should resolve this matter immediately. The Jia tribe's patriarch's face turned serious, and he said solemnly, Now, let's gather our two tribes together. That way, we can better resist the giant beast's attack. No, if we gather together, then wouldn't both our families be in danger? The Sky Tiger Tribe leader immediately rejected this suggestion and said, Let us fight them to the death. We'll kill as many as we can. Haven't you considered transferring the long moon azure dragon saber? Tianyun suggested. Yes, but it's too dangerous. We have a barrier here, which makes it difficult for the giant beasts to find us. If we bring the long moon azure dragon saber out, it's equivalent to telling the giant beast that the target is here. This way, we'll die even faster. The Sky Tiger Tribe leader shook his head and said, The best way is to leave it here. We'll fight them to the death. When we really can't hold on any longer, we'll move the long moon green dragon saber out and let the other tribes continue to protect it. After all, this is our responsibility. Since we're the guardian generals, we should carry out our duty to the end. The Sky Tiger Tribe leader's face glowed faintly. His fearless gaze showed that he was not afraid of any giant beast or life or death. Tianyun was moved. He thought that he would encounter a traitor, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Their thoughts were so noble. It seemed that they were really carrying out their duty to protect the tribe. They even hid it from the Jia Na tribe leader and made him misunderstand that they were stealing the treasure. This was because they knew that the Jia Na tribe leader and the rest would definitely join the battle after knowing the truth. That was why they did not tell the Jia Na tribe leader and chose this method. It seemed like they were sacrificing themselves to protect the Shallow Moon tribe from being attacked. However, after knowing the truth, it would be a form of harm to the Jia Na tribe leader and the rest. I never thought that I would see such a responsibility here. Tianyun thought that they were a bunch of loose sand. Now, it seemed that they were very united and were willing to sacrifice themselves at any time. He admired such people the most. If he could recruit them as his subordinates, they would be absolutely loyal. This was similar to the Five-Colored God tribe. They were all very loyal subordinates. If he recruited them, there would not be too much resistance. No matter what happened, they would not run away. Instead, they would persevere until the end. This was what he needed. He did not want people who would be easily swayed when they encountered danger. Nonsense. This is nonsense. Do you think that we will be able to live on peacefully if you do this? The Jia Na tribe leader and the rest were heartbroken. After knowing the truth, they felt extremely sad. When they thought of their previous attitude, they felt uneasy. We had no choice but to do this. The Sky Tiger tribe leader smiled bitterly. Didn't you see through it? If it was before, you would definitely not do this. By the time you made a detailed plan or made all kinds of arrangements, the giant beasts would have attacked. The Jia Na tribe leader and the rest could not refute. Before Tianyun went, they had been discussing the plan. For example, what to do after infiltrating and how to arrange all kinds of things. These were all very detailed plans. However, Tianyun's arrival pushed their plans forward. Otherwise, even if the giant beasts came to destroy the Sky Tiger tribe, they would not have attacked. Then, is there no other way to hide the Changyue Azure Dragon Saber's attractive force? Tianyun was thinking about how to solve this problem. He could not just sit around and wait for death, right? Not at the moment. The Sky Tiger tribe leader shook his head. All right then, I will take the Changyue Azure Dragon Saber away later. Tianyun said in a deep voice. What? You will take the Changyue Azure Dragon Saber away? The Sky Tiger tribe leader was shocked. If that is the case, you will definitely become a target. A group of giant beasts will chase after you. No, if I really encounter such a situation, I will leave this place. Tianyun looked at the Jia Na tribe leader and said, perhaps this is the last solution. This, the Jia Na tribe leader, and Jia Feilong knew what the solution was. As long as Tianyun left, the giant beasts would not be able to sense his aura. Naturally, the problem would be solved. Chapter 21-27. Tianyun actually did not want to use this method. He did not want to return empty-handed. Who knew what kind of situation he would run into? But wouldn't it be too heartless to just leave it like this, especially in the future when he still had a chance to return? The divine jade tablet could not be purchased from the shop, but it might drop from killing enemies in the future. Thus, it was important to protect this place. Of course, everything was uncertain. As long as it was not a giant divine beast that came, he believed that he could fight against all beasts. Don't worry. I won't do this if I have no other choice. Tianyun smiled faintly. I want to see how many beasts there are here. I'll kill as many as they come. Killing these beasts could also earn him a shocking amount of star energy. After all, even if he obtained the Emperor Flower, he still needed a shocking amount of star energy to increase his cultivation. Speaking of which, What do you mean by leaving this place? The Sky Tiger tribe leader was dumbfounded. He did not know what Yi Tianyun and the others were talking about. The Ghana tribe leader then explained Yi Tianyun's situation. When the Sky Tiger tribe leader heard this, he was extremely shocked. There's such a treasure? The Sky Tiger tribe leader was shocked. Although this was their route, they had to find a way to leave when faced with the suppression of the giant divine beasts. Unfortunately, they could not find a way to leave, so they could only stay here. Now that Yi Tianyun had come from the outside and used such a special treasure, the Sky Tiger tribe leader was truly shocked. More or less, so don't worry. If I leave, I'll think of a way to find a similar treasure in the future. It would be great if I knew the location of this place. We have no idea where the giant divine beast's territory is from the outside. Yi Tianyun shook his head. It was not that he did not want to come, but he did not know the location. They looked at each other. This was the only method they could use for now. They could solve the problem of the Long Moon Azure Dragon Blade and save the Sky Tiger tribe. If possible, the Sky Tiger tribe definitely did not want to die. No one wanted to die. But at this critical moment, they could only choose to sacrifice. They did not want to give away the Long Moon Green Dragon Saber. Although it seemed to have solved the problem, if the treasure vault was taken by them, they would die even more miserably. Looks like that's the only way. But won't you be going back empty-handed? The Ghana patriarch knew what Yi Tianyun was looking for, and how important it was to Yi Tianyun. This is very important to me, but I can't just watch you guys fall into danger, right? Yi Tianyun shrugged. This was the only choice he had. If that's the case, they looked at each other. The Ghana chief sighed and said, "How about this, sir? Tell us the divine medicine you need. If you really leave, we will help you find it. The next time you have a way to come over, we will give it to you immediately." "All right. Thank you very much." Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. It would save him a lot of trouble. "Sir, there's no need to thank us. We should be the ones thanking you. How could they bear this gratitude? If Yi Tianyun helped them solve this problem, he would be the savior of their two tribes. What was the big deal about finding the divine medicine?" Ding successfully accepted the mission to rescue the Sky Tiger tribe and the Light Moon tribe. Reward: 10 million star energy and 1 super teleportation stone. Allows one to travel to any location, ignores all restrictions, can only be used 10 times. The mission that popped up made Yi Tianyun's eyes light up. The main thing was that he could obtain a special tool. The super teleportation stone could ignore all restrictions and teleport. This was an absolute escape tool. However, he could only obtain it after completing the mission. Let's not be pretentious. I'll go take the Long Moon Green Dragon Saber and see what's going on. If possible, I don't want to leave in such a hurry. Yi Tianyun really did not want to waste so much time. Although it was not urgent, it was always good to increase his strength. Of course, he could obtain the super teleportation stone after dealing with the two tribes and come over directly, but he had only just obtained it. And he could not even set the coordinates. Immediately, Yi Tianyun came in front of Long Moon Azure Dragon Saber and reached out to grab the Long Moon Azure Dragon Saber. As soon as he grabbed the Long Moon Azure Dragon Saber, a surge of power surged from his body and poured into the Long Moon Azure Dragon Saber. As his power poured in, the rust on the surface of the Long Moon Green Dragon Saber began to disappear. Oh my God, what am I seeing? The rust on the Long Moon Green Dragon Saber is starting to disappear. They were all dumbfounded. They had been trying to get rid of the rust for a long time. This kind of rust was a curse, and it was not something that could be scraped off easily. Now that Yi Tianyun had just grabbed it, he was already cleaning the rust. It was incredible. Eteonion also felt that it was incredible. He could clearly feel the energy released by the six-colored Emperor Dragon, constantly purifying the rust on the long moon green dragon saber. It can have such an effect. Eteonion stared at the long moon green dragon saber in his hand. The long moon green dragon saber was also trembling and emitting a cheerful sound, as if it would come back to life at any time. As time passed, the rust on the saber quickly disappeared, revealing the true appearance of the long moon green dragon saber. There was a huge azure dragon wrapped around the blade, as if it would rush out of the saber at any time. The sharp blade could easily cut through space, and with a slight vibration, it could tear a small hole in space. It actually returned to its original state. Eteonion held the long moon green dragon's saber tightly. The rust on it completely disappeared, and it returned to its original appearance. Unfortunately, its quality had dropped significantly. It was now only at the late-stage galaxy grade, but it was still a top-notch weapon. The long moon green dragon saber had been corroded for so many years, yet it still had such an effect. It was already amazing. Most importantly, it gave Eteonion the feeling that the long moon green dragon saber was his own weapon. Is this really divine, General Green Tiger's weapon? Eteonion looked at the long moon green dragon saber. Logically speaking, it should be carved with a green tiger. This is divine General Green Tiger's weapon, but it was forged by the five-colored Emperor Dragon for divine General Green Tiger. The Sky Tiger Patriarch looked at the weapon in a daze. They were all shocked by the restored long moon green dragon saber, as if they were witnessing the glory of the long moon green dragon saber again. So that's how it is. Eteonion finally understood why this happened. This long moon green dragon saber was forged by the five-colored Emperor Dragon, so it contained the five-colored Emperor Dragon's energy. After he activated it, it could unleash its true power. Chapter 21-28. The long moon azure dragon knife had been restored to its original state, which meant it could be used again. Most importantly, the rust on it, which was the blood of the giant beasts, could be removed. After all the blood was removed, the giant beasts would not be able to find them through the blood. In this way, they would be able to avoid a series of dangerous problems. That's it. Eteonion held the long moon azure dragon knife tightly and shook it slightly. The light it emitted disappeared, and the knife went back to its original state. How could the giant beasts find them without sensing them? It's really done. They were all dumbfounded. The previous plan, the tragic words, and the words about sacrificing themselves had all been omitted. They basically did not need to say anything. Now, we don't even need to fight, do we? Eteonion turned around and said to them with a smile, "Yes, we cut off all communication. Of course, they can't find the long moon azure dragon knife." They were all relieved. Finally, they had solved a dangerous problem. Eteonion nodded. It should be easy to solve the problem. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole world started to shake, as if something was hitting it crazily. The giant beasts are attacking. The chieftain of the heavenly tiger tribe and the others turned pale. They had thought the problem was solved, but the giant beasts had already reached the outside world. Eteonion sensed the horrible situation outside immediately. Many giant beasts were hitting the ground crazily. A giant pit had been created in the ground. The beasts had reached the periphery of the small world. Fortunately, the periphery of the small world was protected by a strong tactical formation. Otherwise, it would have been broken. But the current situation was not optimistic. A group of giant beasts was hitting the place crazily. It would collapse at any moment. Eteonion sensed the situation of the giant beasts outside with a simple glance. By rough estimation, there were at least 5-star Venerable level giant beasts and dozens of Star Lord level giant beasts. As for beasts of other cultivations, they were densely packed. They almost occupied the whole area. Great. Leave this place to us. You move quickly. Tianyan was holding the long moon azure dragon knife. His eyes were cold, full of killing intent. Let's see how strong these giant beasts are. I barely killed any giant beasts there. Sir, shouldn't we retreat? Now that the effects of the long moon azure dragon saber had been dispelled, it would be difficult for them to find him. As long as we retreat quickly, they won't be able to catch up to us. Heavenly Tiger Lord, and the others were a little confused. Although they had to give up this place, it was better than fighting them to the death. Based on the current situation, do you think that the small world will be able to last until all of you evacuate? Tianyan looked at them indifferently. They were all startled. What he said was true. They still had a lot of things that they hadn't evacuated. Normally, they could just move them out of the small world. Not now. The giant beasts were already outside, so they could only choose to give up on many things. However, there were still many things that needed to be evacuated. According to the current situation, they wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Under the impact of so many giant beasts, it would soon collapse. You guys evacuate. I'll stand guard outside. Tianyan's eyes flashed. To him, this wasn't just a matter of star energy, but also a chance to test out the power of the Long Moon Azure Dragon Blade. Sir, we'll go with you. The Ghana Patriarch and the others stood up, wanting to go with Tianyan. There's no need. Just help us evacuate. The faster, the better. Tianyan gestured for them to stop. Without another word, he turned around and flew outside. The Ghana Patriarch and the others paused, then gritted their teeth and said, "Help us evacuate first. We'll go out and take a look later." All right. The Heavenly Tiger Lord and the others didn't waste any more time. In the face of danger, they had to evacuate as quickly as possible. Following that, they quickly began to evacuate their belongings and move their clansmen. Although they had extra teleportation arrays, moving a large number of clansmen could easily attract giant beasts. Thus, they needed powerhouses to protect them. While they were evacuating, Tianyan flew out of the small world. At this time, the small world was already filled with giant beasts. At a glance, there were beasts of all levels and types. The powerful giant beasts had huge bodies that were like small mountains. When Tianyan first appeared, the giant beasts immediately noticed him. Growl. A giant tiger pounced on him. The power of a Star Lord pressed down. They didn't use any star power, but their giant bodies were strong enough to send everything flying. Even without the support of star power, their fighting prowess was off the charts. Die! Tianyan turned the long moon azure dragon saber in his hand and slashed it down. He didn't use much strength. The sharp long moon azure dragon saber cut the giant tiger in half. He killed it easily. It's so sharp. Tianyan's eyes lit up, as expected of the divine weapon that followed the divine General Green Tiger. It was too easy for him to kill giant beasts. As the saber rose and fell, a giant beast was killed easily. No matter how hard the beast's shell or giant body was, it couldn't resist his saber. Kill him. Snatch the long moon azure dragon saber. The giant beasts at the star venerable level in the front started to speak in the human language. They ordered their subordinates to jump on Tianyan. You want to kill me? You are too naive. The long moon azure dragon saber in Tianyan's hand buzzed. He laughed heartily and said, "You want to drink blood? Since you have come back to this world, I will let you drink their blood." Then Tianyan exerted all of his power. 30 cubic meters of star power overlapped and blossomed above his head. The five-color Emperor Dragon's figure also soared up. Azure Dragon slash. Eteonion held the saber with both hands and slashed it down heavily. A giant six-color saber radiance slashed down vertically. A large number of giant beasts in front of him were instantly cut in half. The long Moon Azure Dragon saber and the six-color Emperor Dragon's power in his body were a perfect match. It brought out the strongest effect. A large number of beasts died under one slash. Another slash killed another group of giant beasts. The dreadful power scared the giant beasts at the star venerable level in front of him and made them step back. They were all frightened by this power. They hadn't expected the human in front of them to have such a great power. Kill. They didn't retreat. Instead, they continued to order their subordinates to charge at Eteonion. They wanted to exhaust him to death. Bring it on. Eteonion laughed. The long Moon Azure Dragon saber in his hand shone with a dazzling six-color divine light. Every time he raised the saber, a large number of giant beasts would be killed. Chapter 21-29, The Sky Tiger Patriarch, and the rest quickly evacuated their clansmen. But not long after, they could no longer feel any movement. The giant beasts were no longer crazily attacking the barrier. In fact, there was no movement at all. What happened? Were the giant beasts lured away by Lord Eteon? The Ghana Patriarch and the rest were puzzled. They did not know what had happened. In just a short while, they could no longer feel the giant beasts attacking the barrier. Now, they were moving very quickly. Not all of their clansmen had been evacuated, but at least half of them had been evacuated. They were very proficient in the area of teleportation. They had practiced it countless times. They were always on guard against the giant beasts' attacks. Once the giant beasts attacked, they would immediately escape. Only by practicing many times would they be able to survive in such a critical moment. Otherwise, when the time came, they would be flustered and suffer countless casualties. Should we send someone up to take a look? The Sky Tiger Patriarch suggested. No need. We will go up and help. You guys continue to evacuate. There aren't many clansmen left. Even if the small world is breached, we can easily evacuate. The Ghana Patriarch brought Ja Philong and flew out of the small world. He wanted to see how Eteonion was doing. It was possible that the beasts had really been lured away by Eteonion. The Sky Tiger Patriarch thought about it and did not stop them. He continued to evacuate. When the Ghana Patriarch and the rest arrived at the world above, the scene that greeted their eyes stunned them. The entire ground was dyed red with blood. Huge corpses lay on the ground. Even the sky was raining blood. It was extremely horrifying. When they saw the countless corpses, their hearts trembled. They knew how strong these giant beasts were. Now that they were all chopped into two, it was extremely shocking. At the same time, they saw a figure standing on top of a mountain of corpses. This person was none other than Eteonion, who had just killed his way out. Now, he held the long Moon Azure Dragon saber and stood there. There was not a single drop of blood on his body. Even the saber in his hand was not stained with a single drop of blood. On the other hand, the surroundings were filled with blood. Not a single giant beast was standing. It was truly a horrifying sight. Sir, you killed all these giant beasts? The Ghana tribe leader and the others trembled in their hearts. They had thought that Eteonion had come out to help, or that he had been forced to flee in all directions. But now it seemed that he hadn't been fleeing in all directions, but had instead annihilated all the giant beasts. The dreadful power made their hearts tremble. It must be known that there were several star venerable level giant beasts outside. A giant beast in the early stage of the Star Venerable realm would not feel any fear even if it faced a practitioner in the late stage of the Star Venerable realm. The giant beasts in front of them were at least at the intermediate stage of Star Venerable realm, but none of them could escape the fate of being cut in half. At most, he would be hit a few times consecutively and die even more miserably. Yes, in a moment of carelessness, I destroyed them all. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. He looked so casual that he didn't even take a breath. In a moment of carelessness, the Ghana tribe leaders were dumbfounded. They had also wanted to destroy all the giant beasts in a moment of carelessness. It's safe now, but I suggest we move somewhere else. This place isn't safe anymore. We've been discovered by the giant beasts. Yi Tianyun turned his head to look at the giant craters on the ground, which had been created by the giant beasts. He had destroyed them this time, but it didn't mean they were safe. Next time, the giant divine beasts would surely send even stronger giant beasts. At that time, they would be in even more danger. That's true, the Ghana tribe leader said with a bitter smile. Let's inform the Heaven Tiger tribe leader and ask him to take the small world away. This will save us a lot of trouble. Okay, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Don't you want to take some of these giant beasts' corpses? They're good supplements. I have to take some of them. We can't waste them. Yi Tianyun extended his hand and took away some Star Venerable giant beasts and Star Venerable giant beasts' corpses. These were all great supplements. After eating them, it was like taking spiritual herbs. They could increase one's cultivation. This was especially true for those with low cultivation. If they ate them, the effects would be shocking. These giant beasts had been eating spiritual herbs to make breakthroughs. Since they had eaten a lot, their bodies had changed. Eating their flesh could increase one's cultivation by a lot. Of course, normally we wouldn't dare to kill so many giant beasts. It's easy to attract giant beasts. The eyes of the Ghana tribe leader and the others lit up. Their cultivation was very high. It wouldn't be effective for them, but it would be effective for their clansmen. They often went out to kill giant beasts. Moot Saibwa and the others had done the same. These teams often went out to kill giant beasts as supplements. Jia Phi Long stayed there to collect the corpses, while the Ghana tribe leader went back to inform the Heaven Tiger tribe leader. The Heaven Tiger tribe leader rushed over after hearing the news. By the time he arrived, only a small portion of the corpses were left, and the ground was covered in blood. They're all dead. The Heaven Tiger tribe leader was scared out of his wits, just like the Ghana tribe leader and the others. When they encountered something like this, they would just turn and run. But Yi Tianyun had killed them all. The difference was like heaven and earth. Heaven Tiger tribe leader, thank you so much for the everlasting moon green dragon saber. If not for it, I really wouldn't have been able to kill them all. Yi Tianyun touched the long moon azure dragon blade very lovingly. When he held this long moon azure dragon blade, he felt that his combat power has been greatly improved. He really reached the realm of killing gods. Without the everlasting moon green dragon saber, he really wouldn't have been able to do this. Perhaps some giant beasts had slipped away, or they were surrounded and couldn't escape. But it was different now. With the everlasting moon green dragon saber, no matter how many came, they would all die. He would pounce and slash, directly cutting them in half. Of course, this is a weapon forged by Lord Five-Colored Monarch Dragon. In addition, Lord Azure Tiger Divine General strengthened it. Its might is extraordinary. Unfortunately, it has been corroded for too long. Otherwise, if it was in the past, even if an ordinary person threw it, they would be able to cut a Star Venerate level giant beast in half. The Heaven Tiger tribe leader was very proud. This was their ancestors' divine weapon. Etianyan nodded. The Heaven Tiger tribe leader wasn't exaggerating. Based on his previous level, he could indeed do this. Of course, he was talking about cutting them once. But would a star venerate level giant beast be casually cut? Then I'll return this everlasting moon green dragon saber to you. Tianyan handed it over reluctantly. If he held it for himself, the effect would definitely be doubled. Lord, this everlasting moon green dragon saber is the most suitable for you to use. The Heaven Tiger tribe leader shook his head and said, only you can bring out the greatest effect. Furthermore, you saved us, so it's even more suitable for you to use. Chapter 21:30. Tianyan could clearly feel the effects of the long moon azure dragon saber. He had to admit that it was too powerful. He had galaxy-grade weapons before, all given to him by Tian Yuan. They were equally powerful, but compared to this long moon azure dragon saber, the difference was too big. The difference in grade was not small, but the key was that he could use it easily, as if he had used it for a long time. It could really bring out his strength to the extreme. Sure enough, a top-notch weapon could greatly increase his battle power, giving him the help of God. Therefore, when the Sky Tiger tribe leader said that he could use the long moon azure dragon saber, he did not hesitate at all. He would not let go of anything that could increase his strength. After the matter was over, they continued to move. This time, they moved to the Shallow Moon tribe. After all, the area where the Sky Tiger tribe was located had fallen and was uninhabitable. The other new areas had not been found yet, so they could only settle in the Shallow Moon tribe first. When they arrived at the Shallow Moon tribe, the tribesmen were initially very angry. Seeing the Sky Tiger tribe, they were definitely furious. The long moon azure dragon saber that they had been worshipping was stolen. How could they not be angry? After being informed by the Ghana tribe leader, they were all stunned. They did not expect the Sky Tiger tribe to go this far. Immediately, they all felt ashamed and accepted the Sky Tiger tribe and arranged the best accommodation for them. Tianyan and the Ghana tribe leader began to study the long moon azure dragon saber and check its condition. They wanted to see if the long moon azure dragon saber could lead them to the treasury. They had never known where the treasury was. Ever since they were controlled by the divine beasts, many things were blocked and could not be explored. Therefore, the divine beasts knew how to get there, while the Sky Tiger tribe did not. You want to know where the treasury is through the long moon azure dragon saber. Tianyan laughed when he knew why they came to find him. Yes, we don't know where the treasury is. We can only see if we can find the location of the treasury from the recovered long moon azure dragon saber, said the Sky Tiger tribe leader. That's not necessary. I know where the treasury is. Tianyan smiled. Great one, you know where the treasury is? They were shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable. Tianyan wasn't a cultivator here. So how could he know where the treasury was? Yes, I know where the treasury is. Tianyan said calmly. You must be wondering where I got this information. In fact, I got it from the giant beast's memory. The memory of a star venerable is quite valuable. Tianyan grinned. After gaining control of the long moon azure dragon saber, he had long thought about the treasury. No matter what, he had to open the treasury. If they opened it one day, it would be troublesome. This was why he had searched the soul of the star venerable giant beast before killing it, and he had obtained its memories easily. At the same time, he had learned a lot about the giant divine beast's domain. However, it was still not enough. This giant beast did not even know the detailed map of the giant divine beast domain. They usually only went to a few places. As for where the divine medicine was, they didn't know. The reason was very simple. Their subordinates had already helped them pick the fruits, so what else did they need to know? They only needed to be responsible for eating, and they didn't need to care about anything else. Fortunately, they knew a lot of inside information, which was enough. Of course, they also didn't know where the giant divine beast's domain was. They had never left this region since they were born, and they had to admit that it was quite miserable. You can still find such important information by searching the soul. The Ghana tribe's leader and the others were shocked. It should have been very difficult to search the beast's memories. I'll have to use some tricks. In any case, I know where the treasury is, Tianyun said solemnly. It's heavily guarded, and it's not easy to enter. However, it's still possible to force your way in. But if you come out, it's hard to say. Maybe there's only one exit. They had never been to the treasury, so they didn't know whether there were other teleportation formations there. If there weren't, they would have to force their way out. However, Tianyun wasn't worried. He had just completed the mission, and he had easily obtained 10 million star energy points and a super teleportation divine stone. Now, he could easily pass through any region, and he wouldn't have to worry about being trapped. Even if he had to obey the law, he would still be able to pass through without any obstacles. After obtaining the key, he immediately set the coordinates here so that he wouldn't forget. That's true. They know the importance of the treasury, so they'll definitely send a large number of soldiers to guard it. The Ghana tribe's leader and the others were both happy and worried. Even if they had the key now, they wouldn't dare to open the treasury casually. Why don't we contact the leaders of the other tribes and go together? With a few more powerhouses, it'll be a great guarantee, the Ghana tribe's leader suggested. The other tribes have a good relationship with us, and there are also descendants of other divine generals among them. They can participate as well. Tianyun pondered for a moment, then nodded. Sure, let's gather them together. That way, we can split the benefits equally. Tianyun had originally planned to go alone, but after some thought, he decided that it would be better to bring more people with him. Having a few more helpers was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, they undoubtedly knew more about the divine general's treasury. All right, let's gather them now. The eyes of the Ghana tribe's leader and the others lit up. It would be best if they could go together. Then they immediately went to inform the other tribes. Because they were in contact with each other, it was relatively easy to get in touch. After contacting them, it didn't take long for the chiefs and elders of the other tribes to come over one after another. How could they not be enthusiastic when they could go to the treasury to search for treasures together? They're all rushing over here now. They'll be here soon. After the Ghana tribe's leader contacted them, he looked at Tianyun and asked, "Sir, aren't you going to look for the divine medicine first?" "Actually, I have the same intention, but I believe that it will take a lot of time to look for the divine medicine, right? Just the 10,000 emperor flower alone will take a long time, right?" Tianyun had seen the map. Ignoring the fact that there were powerful giant beasts guarding that place, just heading there would take a lot of time. Unless they charged all the way there, it would be no different from courting death. They would definitely attract the attention of a large number of giant beasts. That's true. The Ghana tribe's leader nodded.